Hey, hey, hey. Hey, hey, hey. Hey, hey, hey. What's up, 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 Hey, everybody, my name is
to motorize. Hey, what's up, you moto? We have Church of Entropy. Hey, what's up, Church? Church of Entropy. What's up? All right.
Yeah, I mean, it's just Luke Ford and the dangers of e-personality. And he's an introvert, incel or whatever. And when he comes out on the internet, he has this, like the dark side of his subconscious becomes conscious. I mean, to me, it's obvious. That's what happens. It's what's happening to you on the same way. But your unconscious, your subconscious is different than Gandalf's subconscious.
Logic and science dictate that not only consciousness doesn't exist, consciousness is in fact scientifically impossible. And yes, it is going to involve math and calculus and science and computer programming. I'm sorry. And that have different implications of the process with the connection between the levels of a person's soul and how it reincarnates.
But I'm not going to spur on the issue because I'm not a woman. It's not my issue.
About how one day you're going to fulfill the Canadian dream or the American dream. So you watch Seinfeld and say, I could do it. I'm going to go out tomorrow and go to work and have a great day, and I'm going to be successful. And one day I'm going to have my own apartment. I'm going to have my own parties with my own friends over, and I'm going to have my own possessions. I'm going to see things that I want and just buy them.
Yeah, but that's just so to say, a worthless opinion of yours.
Hello and welcome back to Week in Review with the one and only Doooovid. We're going to be doing things a little bit differently this time. Really excited to be here. Made a new video this week. I wasn't even planning on it, really. It just sort of popped into my head, this idea to make not an inspirational video exactly, but more so a introduction into focusing exercise, like actually taking that time to intentionally get into the right mindset to do science and physics and other pursuits because of how basically acknowledging the size of the challenge. So I'll hand it over to Doooovid to do the introduction, and I'll get the video ready so that we can share that with the audience today. Thank you so much for being with us here today, Doooovid.
Hey, great to be back. Hope everyone had a great week. And since Jennifer produced a video I've been encouraging her to do publicly for months now, so figure let her do the general introduction that's supposed to create good vibe for the conversation, which is usually consists of some sort of spiritual story, spiritual lesson, and a chant. So I think because Jennifer made a video, so hopefully she'll open up with some sort of spiritual message and story, and then the video. And if she likes doing that, maybe we'll take turns instead of me doing a chant every week, or even to allow a guest open invocation from another sourse. I had a pretty exciting week.
Let's look at this one as just a one-off, because I'm not sure if I have the energy to do it once every 2 weeks. But go ahead.
Yeah, or a congressional or Senate body that might have guest invocations, that one of our regular guests could actually perform the invocation and prepare some sort of mantra and a related story and spiritual message explanation of the mantra. That would be something that would probably be a cool addition to the show. Just a quick synopsis, because I had a pretty exciting week before Jennifer sets the tone with her spiritual message, story, and video. I had a pretty exciting streaming week relative to the COVID-19 lockdown. unfortunately, we're going to have to talk about COVID-19 more. I got to tell the story at Starbucks today. We're just saying like COVID-19 is probably going to get worse. How difficult it is to social distance. I got to tell the Starbucks story, and but Hanukkah, I had a few streams last week. I already had the first one, then there was another one, and then I popped on Claire and Judas's stream because the spirit of Hanukkah, for you to reach out and do a stream with the periphery of people in our association, streaming spheres, and some sort of good tiding. Charles Moskowitz was an exciting show this week. I had my talk in Jerusalem at the Root and Branch Association on Monday about free speech, and Jennifer was there, and I think she's actually going to be a speaker there in the series also. So Jennifer will be speaking at some point from Jerusalem about, I believe, reincarnation. So there's a lot of exciting things going on. Also, I've been doing a ton of research on, I'm trying to shift to what I'm going to call the science of expertise. Like I was saying, the multiple truth hypothesis as a mental technique, kind of like a repackaging of the same idea. Not even like a repackaging, but just saying like, this idea works and could help people think about things in a notable way, like chess or something. Like if you play chess and you learn the multiple truth hypothesis, your rating will improve. But even if you don't play chess in numerous forms, that I've been thoroughly examining the science of expertise, and it's going to be worthwhile. And Jennifer has some slides, and we're going to talk about it at length, because chunking is really at the center of expertise and the concept of how you understand expertise in any field on a cognitive process level. All expertise is basically a form of chunking, and then the question as, can you have cross application of expertise, and how does that work, and breaking down expertise into components, and the new comparison with AI. So I've been doing a ton of research, and I've actually been finding it fun. Like for the first time in a while, I've just been excited to read books because like this information was like, wow, awesome. I'm really glad that someone had put together research on that. So a lot to talk about this week. So Jennifer, please set the tone with a spiritual story message and your video.
Thanks, Doovid. Yeah, I really appreciate Lowell reaching out, and ever since we did that Roseanne stream, I've been basically interested in their project because I really like, I guess, discussing religious ideas and kind of seeing where people are coming from. And what happened with Roseanne was totally unexpected. It was pleasantly surprising to see how in the moment she was. And that's a lot of what I do, is just trying to get people to the moment and actually hold their attention long enough for information to coherently pass between us. And it's not for any nefarious purpose. It's just that, what's the point of talking to people if there's no chance of any real communication, is more or less my attitude. And I know that it's very rare to get a point of actual communication, but I'm willing to talk for a long time just for the probability of that happening at some stage. And having been teaching since I was really young, like I have little sisters, so I was always kind of in the role of sort of guiding people along and teaching professionally since I was in my mid-teens. So you sort of get better at these shortcuts of passing information, and it's not hard to do it when you're teaching, because people are like, oh, I got to pass my class. They actually have a motive to focus. It's not some abstract thing like self-improvement or awareness or what have you. But yeah, so I guess when I made this video, I was thinking, like, if only people knew how cool it was to be in my mind, and how chilled out and awesome it is. Even though bad stuff happens, it's just not as sticky, I guess. And I, would like for as many people as possible to be able to share in whatever portion of that is possible. And it is really just dependent on an individual's personal karma. So whether they're actually ready to open their ears to your message, So I made this video thinking, well, I want you guys to know in a way what it's like to be me and what it feels like to think the way that I do. So slash do a video that's like setting your intention, just the way Doovid always does. It's not just because he enjoys singing, which I'm sure he does. It's to set the tone. It's to say we're pushing pause on these other, more secular things, day to day routine things. We're saying, no, this is special, and we're gonna impart the fact that it's special via this ritual of either song or what have you. But really, it's the intention that matters, and the modality of the intention is sort of a subjectively varying thing. So we got a 4-minute focus video here. We can all start by just taking a nice deep breath and slowly exhaling. We don't want to do any big changes too quickly. Like, you don't want to go from hyper excited to super calm. You want to do it nice and slow, but just generally you want your exhale to be a tiny bit longer than your inhale. And just gradually let the breaths get longer. You're not forcing, you're allowing. So let's, without further ado, get to the video. Enjoy. Thanks everyone for tuning in to the little video. Hopefully will inspire people to pursue more focus techniques. Maybe give it a chance and see if it actually improves things, because it certainly works very well for me. I will hand the floor back over to Doovid for comments. Sorry, Doovid, you're muted.
Thank you. Sorry about that. Yeah, nice video. Good job. Nice introduction. Probably a skill that's worthy of building up. Like presumably, if you do go around traveling and speaking, or even appearances, having a good repertoire of opening stories, quick, pithy spiritual stories and messages, and even chants is usually a pretty useful skill. Let alone producing a video guided meditations. Jennifer has produced slides also. We look forward to, we might even go into that pretty quickly. In her insight on chunking theory, but guided meditations, different forms of meditation, even physical yoga, are breathing techniques. They're all, so to say, a chunking technique. Any of these benefits of meditation is basically at a meta level understood as chunking single units of processes together. If it's like a yoga position that involves different muscles or legs or balance or breathing, and even meditative thought control, or various things, being aware of direction and space, and possibly heightened engagement of all of the senses, could be understood as basically a chunking, that all of these various things have been chunked together in a single activity. And the form of like hatha yoga, that could be understood as like one of the famous names of a posture for yoga position, which is basically a chunk. And even a guided meditation, or like I say, a nigun, when I open up with a Hebrew melody, that those are symbolic of a hero's journey and could be looked at as a chunk, in the sense of like a melody. A guided meditation has a value at a meta level that could be used as an archetypical chunk to process other information. And if you're doing through a guru who supposedly is actually helping you become more enlightened, or text or sources that a person trusts, or even trial and error, that there should be some sort of factual level. So I think I'm excited with Jennifer, because I think she's going to be capable of doing this also, in many ways, of trying to develop what we're going to call the science of expertise. And we're going to provide unique understanding on chunking theory. And even though Jennifer isn't really adapting chunking, you have to know a lot to know that chunking theory is probably the best theory on the market now. Even like cognitive dissonance, that cognitive dissonance is also one of the best theories on the market.
Do you know the year that chunking first came out as a published theory? Because it was quite a while ago, wasn't it?
I think it's even earlier than this, but Chase and Simon in 1971, and they're both chess players. And I'm reading the book on Herbert Chase's autobiography and these collected works, and he won a Nobel Prize in economics. But he also did behavioral psychology, and he had done these studies on chess expertise, which were one of the foundational studies of chunking, and that comes from a previous study of de Groot, who that might go back to like the 1940s, who was a Dutch chess player and psychotherapist, who had he hadn't really formulated the chunking theory, but the framework for it. I'm going to cover this on my own channel because it's very, very important for the multiple truth hypothesis and for a solution to the hard problem of consciousness, because chunking arises in different fields, and already things like speed reading are using the language of chunking in the 70s. That's after the chess study, and then this concept of like the 10,000 hours of expertise, where later basically all forms of cognitive understanding are built up on chunking, because like cognitive dissonance, chunking works as a model, because chunking works with computer models. So you could,
Chunking is actually a way to model things. It's a completely different modeling paradigm.
But I'm saying that chunking on an evidentiary level is the best thing that we have. So an intellectual paradigm as a model, it works for computer programming, and it works for a scientific explanation of neural processes. So in terms of even the solution to the soft problem of consciousness of one single qualia, or the hard problem of consciousness of the greater explanation of consciousness, that from a pure material level, chunking is the best explanation. That and then the various statistical methods or mathematical ways where somehow a Bayesian explanation could try to say how out of all the electrical signals of the neuron, or even quantum effects, something above that arises to what we call consciousness. Saying that, like Jennifer's saying, the eigenvectors are real. Saying like, no, eigenvectors are just a mathematical technique that we use to represent something. And then like Jennifer's saying like, no, eigenvectors are real. Like that's consciousness. It's not just
I'm
the
even
eigenvector.
using your troll voice when I'm saying it. I'm saying, God forbid the eigenvectors are real. What you said about, I just want to come back to this this thing with chunking being pretty dated compared to some of these other ideas, but that it's actually coming back to relevance and utility. Reminds me of something I saw.
Chunking is the only one of these theories that has basically maintained being a mainstream working theory, and it's still being built off of. So there's constantly new additions to chunking theory that explain new phenomenon. So like, as opposed to like Chomsky's universal linguistics, and a lot of these theories are basically all incorrect. Freud, and on a deeper level, Chomsky, like linguistics and Freudian psychology, could more likely actually be explained by chunking. So in that respect, I would say it's different. Chunking has been around a long time, and it's never been accepted, because really, chunking is a protocol for a solution to the hard problem of consciousness. So it's not easy to just accept chunking. However, I would say it's the best theory on the market, the most popular theory on the market, the theory that has the most evidence currently on the market.
Yeah, it reminds me of a quote from a recent Lex Fridman, I'm not sure how to pronounce that, podcast with Michael Littman. I think I might have mentioned it to you, but one of the quotes, and I can't remember when it was something to the effect of finding ways to repurpose old ideas, like chunking being one of these old ideas, and that as it turns out, as the computers get faster, what's leading to future breakthroughs is repurposing these old ideas with the new technology. So I thought it was kind of interesting that sometimes
they're just understanding what the theorist said, because the people who developed the chunking models developed a theoretical model from an artificial intelligence point of view of how you could program the computer to think. And they never successfully did it. And we could go through the various models of how they thought the chunking process worked in a way that you could abstractly program it into a computer. And even within controlled experiments, they ran experiments of this chunking theory, and how useful that was, or who really cared. But now that you have AI that is figuring things out that humans can't figure out, it appears that like this meta-analysis stuff that we're talking about, the best description that we have for how the computer is figuring it out is chunking. And because chunking is providing the most powerful understanding to understand things like machine learning and artificial intelligence, that is being reversed back into neuroscience to say maybe chunking was the mechanism of how the brain produces thought the whole time, and now further studies on the neuroscience level of backing up some sort of chunking theory where there's some sort of neural network where they could demonstrate that a person could concentrate or even subconsciously, just by like looking at something you've never seen before, that there is a factual chunking process that just if you've never seen Doooovid before and this is the first time on the screen that Doooovid or Jennifer ever appeared before you, that alone would cause a chunk in your brain, because that new information would cause neural signals to wire in a certain way that would store that information, possibly permanent. And that's still not proven. We're still not even anywhere close to understanding memory and sense perception on that level, although we suspect that sense perception works on that level. And so it's a question, is there even any will? Like me and Jennifer were debating last week of free will and decision, where it could be that there actually is no thought period, that like just consciousness is an illusion. The idea of thinking is actually an illusion also, and it's purely information that enters us and through a deterministic process causes us to act in a certain way. But that deterministic process that causes us to act in a certain way also causes our brain to produce narratives that appear to us to be like thinking.
That's an explanation that might be valid, depending on what axioms you pick. The way I
This is
look
my
at it is
understanding
like,
of the current best understanding of a mechanistic explanation for consciousness.
okay,
That thought is an illusion, and it's a natural process that occurs almost exclusively through either predetermined genetic programming or reaction to sense perception. That
okay,
there is no actual ego. The perception that there's an ego is false. There is no ego, and it's pure reaction to sense perception through chunks or genetic pre-programming.
okay.
And so
Yeah,
if your system has an ego, scientifically you say you probably don't have an ego. If you could develop a system that doesn't have an ego, it's more likely to be able to be demonstrated in a mechanistic system.
the way that I would sort of present this to somebody who was totally new is I would say, what is the fundamental function of our eyes? What do our eyes do fundamentally? And the answer is contrast detection. We can detect two axes of contrast, one color, one light dark. Okay, so you extrapolate that to the mind itself. It is also recognizing quote unquote contrast, but it's a more generalized version of contrast. And then you have to answer, well, what's detecting the contrast? Some type of process involving a chunker, because the chunker is what's imposing the line between things, i.e., where the contrast is.
Yeah, I mean, in the old day of chunking theory, before neuroscience, they had these heuristics that were largely verified through psychometric testing of long-term and short-term memory, where short-term memory, people could remember 7 plus or minus 2 items and no more, and that was universal, even the most intelligent people. And there were all sorts of tests with people memorizing random digits and chess positions and various things. And there is some neural basis for the concept of short-term and long-term memory, but whether these psychometric tests that came up with what appeared to be universal understandings for how the mind worked, if you think like Kahneman and Tversky's System 1 and System 2, that might match neuroscientific understandings, but relatively predictive, not necessarily super accurately, but of some level of reasonable predictive power, explains thought processes and what people do. That if you took random samples of psychological tests and measured psychological data, that it would you produce these consistent results, like short-term memory only having 7 items. And then so the chunking concept is a limitation on thought, that humans have a biological maximum limitation on thought. And chunking is the process that we use to maximize this limit. And now in the computer era, this is very simple because people understand ROM and RAM, and the chunking theory predates computers. So now like that's in the like short-term memory, long-term memory. Now every kid knows how many gigabytes of RAM and how many like data storage. But chunking actually came out before that, and it is a precursor to a lot of computer science. And a lot of computer science, like I mentioned, Gödel, besides for the infamous incompleteness theorem, a large aspect of current computer science and how computers operate is based on theories that Gödel came up with on the logical networks that we used to create the computer. So now we're already at the point where the computer could do substantially more than the human mind, besides being better than chess at us. Things like AlphaFold or analytics in every form, where every form of science, mankind hits a point that's the maximum amount of knowledge that basically a person could know. Then there's a maximum amount of knowledge that a group of people acting in cooperation could know. And then you could couple that with the power of the machine, and then people acting together in accordance with the machine. But like in pure calculation level, the amount that could be calculated in terms of like physics and engineering is very small without the power of the computer to augment it, let alone machine learning algorithms that now are becoming capable of giving us an even better understanding of the world. So it's turning out that from the scientific perspective, like I was telling Jennifer, chunking was right all the time. The mathematical algorithms, and Doovid is kind of looking at this like a Platonic dualist, where we're saying no, it's really the algorithms. The computer just runs the algorithms. Nothing's that per se special about the computer. What's special about is the algorithm, and so the human mind could only carry out the algorithm to a certain extent. The computer could carry it out to a larger extent, and chunking is the most computation, like Wolfram was talking about. If you wanted to renew mathematics or logic, and you could say really the only phenomenon that you could do in is chunk, and that means putting together multiple pieces of information or separate units into one unit, and from that certain form, chunking theory as an explanation for how chess players performed at different levels has evolved into even like a Wolfram computational method of saying this is the best method to understand how the material and even spiritual realm operates, to just look at everything as a chunking process.
Yeah, and in Platonism, etc., they used 5 elements, right? You're familiar with this earth, fire, wind, water thing?
Yeah, the five forms that were geometric
So
shapes.
that was the chunker. Everything was like, your basic assumption was that you were going to be able to fit everything into a pie chart that would have, it's like a linear combination, right? Like A times ether plus B times fire plus et cetera, equals 100% of a pie chart. And that's the chunker. So this is the more traditional way of thinking, with these foundational chunks, which are archetypes of some sort. I'm just giving one example with the elements. There are others that can be used.
Yeah, perception is by far the most basic form to understand chunking. And if you try to think about the process of perception, intuitively, like chunking, even as a term, probably makes the most sense to explain how does this process of perception occurs. Well, it occurs through some form of chunking.
Yeah. But then it's one thing to say that, and it's a bit different to actually give a model that makes predictions that's usable, right? Because I think that's one of the issues I'm having with my model, is that it makes the predictions, but people don't understand it, so they can't make predictions with it. Which is why, I don't know if I sent you this link from Popular Mechanics talking about a new theory, casually upending space and time. I mean, it's a bit of a dramatic title there, but it was very interesting. Most interesting part is probably the fact that they got the same result as general relativity. So
Yeah, so that's why I was recommending that me and you, for possibly even the permanent future direction of Week in Review, but at least for a period, dedicate a little bit of focus into the science of expertise. And like I was saying, at least I'm doing my own study. If it doesn't interest you, it doesn't interest you. And I just said it's interesting because the science of expertise is an extension largely of chunking theory. And Jennifer is going to show her slides, which are actually quite good. I thought. But then for what we're doing is saying that besides for giving a theory that helps a person understand metaphysics and even Dharma, and I still got to tell my Starbucks story and Dharma about COVID-19, but that this will help people develop expertise in whatever it is they want to develop expertise in. And these are largely accepted mainstream scientific ideas that me and Jennifer have are, so to say, eccentric alternative understandings and ideas we're promoting, but within the realm of the science of expertise, that what me and Jennifer are saying is actually within the mainstream of the current scientific understanding. And if we could express it in that way and even, coach people, because Doooovid has proven track record of expertise in coaching chess and helping people develop expertise in that field. And me and Jennifer are both spiritual people that advise people, like as part of our dharma, and from a certain level of advising, besides for counseling people in basic dharmatic things, is the helping and development of expertise. So I want to take it on that direction. So Jennifer wants to comment on that, and I got to tell this Starbucks story, God forbid.
Yeah, I just thought it was really cool that this theory that is basically the same as mine is presenting this idea that waveforms, they're calling them energy bundles, but the correct term is waveforms, is that waveforms don't define space-temporal observables until the event of what? It starts with an O. Why, yes, observation. So within the causality chain, right? What's causality? It's like the dominoes. It's like, well, God's at the beginning of all the dominoes, right? But it's just a set of all things that causes things and the resulting effects. So where does time fit into the causality chain? I mean, it seems like it ought to be front and center. It seems like it ought to be axiomatic, but axiomatizing time in a manner consistent with how Descartes saw it, so the real number line, saying that time is essentially arbitrarily able to be subdivided, is a fallacy from this perspective of quantum mechanics. And so the way to interpret that from a philosophical perspective is that energy, aka space-time, aka waveforms, is prior to space and time in the causal chain. So something actually has to happen to move a waveform into a temporal or spatial observable. And what is it that moves it? Why, it's an observation device. And what are observation devices? Well, turns out that that's the only thing that exists in the universe because of something called the Heisenberg uncertainty principle / observer effect. So I thought it was very interesting the way this article presented it. And the most interesting part was probably the fact that they got consistent results with the theory of general relativity, which for anyone who's looked into it is enormously complicated, vague, and I mean, I don't want to say it's wrong, but what we're looking at right here is a much simpler formalism that makes the same predictions. So scientifically speaking, we would use Occam's razor and go with the simpler theory. If they both made the same scope of predictions, we'd just go with the simpler one. So this is actually quite a large innovation. Interestingly, they say that Aristotle came up with the idea that the universe was composed of 5 building blocks. This idea actually comes out of Ayurveda. This is a foundational attribute of Ayurveda. And then you have the doshas, which are like another chunker, which has incorporated information from human biology. So if your basic impersonal chunker, which is your 5 elements, and then on top of that, if you're a doctor or whatever, you have another chunker which allows you to see people through the tripartite lens of doshas. So that's very interesting that this happened to come up. I'm not sure why exactly they're bringing up the idea of elements, but anyway, I thought that was interesting. And that's about all I had to say. So if you'd like to share your thoughts on this or just go into your Starbucks story, I'm all ears.
That's pretty interesting. You still have your slides also, right?
I've got them ready to go whenever. So yeah, whenever is good for you.
Yeah, so let me just make, because COVID-19, it's pretty bad. Like, and Doovid is predicting, God forbid, that the worst is in front of us, and that's why I keep on talking about it. And the death rate is slowly ticking up, like to the highest ever, like 2,000-3,000 people a day for this whole week in America. In Michigan, like over 100 people have been dying a day for like a month now. And the politics is because Trump, so to say, lost already. The news isn't pushing COVID-19 so much anymore, and who knows how they're going to deal with it, lockdowns and the vaccine. And we should probably talk about the vaccine at some time. And honestly, I'm skeptical. I don't know, but from my understanding, is all the experts, even with the vaccine, works perfectly, is it's going to get worse before it gets better. And the next few months could be the worst that we've ever seen. And in fact, in all likelihood, it's going to be. And Christmas is likely to be the precipice for the largest outbreak yet, where God forbid there could be tens of millions of new infections over the next few weeks. And then you got the mutation coming out of London, and like so on and so on. We could talk more about it, but like, how is this my Starbucks story? So Michigan now, indoor dining is no more. So some Starbucks are drive-through, and the Starbucks, or I have the app and I order beforehand, but they're really inefficient for COVID-19 regulations. So if you go through the drive-through, if you order in advance, you have to sit through the whole drive-through, even though like your order may be ready earlier or not. And if you go inside, so today, and I don't think anyone's to blame. I think it just kind of symbolic of America and why, God forbid, COVID-19 is going to be so devastating here. But like, I'm in Starbucks and everyone's wearing the masks, and there's like 10 people in there. A few people are sitting around talking, and I'm not sure if my drink is ready, so I just go and wait on the dot where I'm supposed to stand, even though like the majority of the people in the store aren't really following the social distancing practices. And then it's like travesty of the commons. Like, I'm trying to do the right thing, just stand there, wait in line till someone like calls and like ask what my name is, because it's possible my drink is ready the whole time. Maybe they haven't made my drink, maybe it's sitting there ready. And that's saying the incompetence to a certain level where no one's necessarily like a bad or nefarious actor, but just what it's going to take in terms of maybe I'll come back to chunking, but like a ability of human interaction to not spread the virus is just beyond the capability of the average American. It's just impossible. We're not capable of doing these things. So here I am in Starbucks, and I'm waiting on the dot, and people keep on coming in, and they rush the counter, and they're like, my name is my drink. They're like, no, your drink's not ready. And so like, my drink was probably ready the whole time. I think it was. That's why this story is so important. So I come in, my drink in reality is sitting there on the counter, ready the whole time. But because of social distancing, and Doovid is basically a rule follower, I come in and wait on the dot, and I'm waiting to get the attention of the barista so I could be like, David, is that my drink? And they could be like, yeah, and I could take it and go. However, there's a bunch of people crowding the counter, and more people come in and keep on crowding the counter. So like, they never call me, even though my drink is sitting right there. And then after like 3 minutes of standing there, like, oh man, this sucks. Like, God forbid, I'm gonna get COVID-19. Like, I'm standing here like an idiot on my dot when my drink is sitting right there, and there's all these people whose drinks aren't ready crowding the counter that are gonna give me COVID-19. God forbid. And so the barista comes out and tries to yell at everybody. I mean, just like inform people the new guidelines is saying we are over capacity. There's no indoor. Everybody needs to stand on one of the dots, or and if there's not one, they have to wait outside, which is probably the current regulation. And like 3 people who were kind of just moving around moved to stand on dots, and no one really listened. No one went to wait outside, and the majority of the people just completely did not pay attention. And then a few minutes later, new people were walking in, and they just went completely straight up to the counter and was like, "Where's my drink?" And so now it's like 5 minutes, and I'm still standing on the dot of when I first walked in, and my drink that's been sitting there ready the whole time is still there. I have to wait another few minutes for the new people who have just walked in and decided to go straight up to the counter. Because why not? It worked. I guess, like, those people benefited from their so from a game theory type way, like cheating. Cheating was the best method, because Doooovid didn't cheat and basically waited 10 minutes for nothing. And then eventually, after all the cheaters got their drinks, or were eventually convinced to back off so that the other people whose drinks were sitting there all the time, like, could have their names called or whatever. And then with the masks and everything on, and everybody's like talking so loud that you couldn't even hear them calling out the names. So, like, the drink's ready, they call it a name, and then like no one comes. And I was thinking, like, Chinese cultures, like, just seems like, can you guys shut up for a few minutes and like stand on the dots? It's like, no, it's America. Of course they can't. And from that perspective, it's like, no, it's not surprising that nobody listened. It's not surprising that the cheaters, so to say, had the advantage of the situation and will probably continue to cheat because relatively, that's probably the best strategy. As Doooovid proved to be just an idiot, that I put myself at excess risk for COVID-19 by standing there like an idiot for 10 minutes while the cheaters just came in and were in and out. And but it was not surprising to me at all, because like Doooovid is very familiar with like how people get into lines, and it's actually like the science of expertise in chunking will help explain how difficult it is for people to do something like line formation. Why this is not surprising. Even like my father and mother, doctor and lawyer, very intelligent people, to some extent also are not really cut out for social distancing, and it could be a chunking type thing, a behavioral type thing, an American a pattern of a certain level of disobedience. Me and Jennifer know, like, European, the white man's passive aggressiveness, and where this was a pretty white Starbucks, like they're like over half the people there had blue eyes. The person who came out to yell at the people had blue eyes, and like I was from one of the darker people there. So even that dynamic, might be a European type thing where the guy came out, yelled at everybody, and then absolutely nobody listened or did what he said, and then it just kind of went back to normal.
Well, thanks very much for sharing your story. I guess this is a good argument in favor of developing yogic powers so that you might just walk into a room and have order imposed on it by your very presence. I know it probably seems impossible, but it's certainly possible. And then if you were a woman, not to show off or anything, but you can adapt all these techniques to get people's attention to do what you want. But you do need to have that flirtatious stare that
A lot
really
of the rule
only works
breakers
for
were
women in
women.
the majority of cases.
Yeah, the Starbucks was actually probably 2/3 women, and even the majority of the rule breakers were women.
Oh yeah, I can get women to do my bidding more easily than men. You'll notice the same thing when and if you start to develop your presence psychically for your own for your own benefit. Really, it's about your own inner peace at the end of the day. But yeah, women are just ripe for it. They misbehave because they literally want someone to come in and give them a spanking, so to speak. It's
Well, that's
not
why
just
I mean,
not just women, but obviously.
Coronavirus in some ways, like, it's meant to force mankind into a better form of action at the threat of extreme repercussions, even to, God forbid, a horrible death. And so it's coming down to this where, from like a God's eye perspective, spiritual perspective, is like, humankind, you got to change now, immediately. You've had your warnings, and shall you not listen, something really bad could happen. Like 1 out of 100 of humanity could die this year. And you could see, like, you got to be kidding. But there's like, no, there's a phenomenon like a virus, and even from us, like a little virus is going to beat us. And you could see kind of like the basic decency. And I had 2 ways of perspective. Like, basically every time someone talking to each other, a subtext of the conversation, and this is anywhere in the world, whether it's Africa, South America, US, Canada, is, did you know we could screw China? God forbid. But from the level is like, yes, everybody is complicit in environmental from a certain perspective too. But like, you can't talk to anybody around the world with the current global economic situation without people in a subtle way, like, did you know you could take advantage of Chinese people? Or a certain perspective of the karma of the situation, where there has to be such a huge balancing out, for Doooovid to sit there in Starbucks and see, just say, like, this is not working. The drinks are ready, and the system, and like, I could, as an IT solution, I could design the computer to solve what man can't, but man will still have bad behavior, in the sense, like, yeah, maybe you could have a computer system that would even like put the drink or distribute or recognize the person as they walk in. And you could imagine, Starbucks as completely computer operated. That would be perfect. That would be great. Might solve all of these problems. But in terms of a not super complicated problem, like, how do you gather and not spread COVID-19? And if you're talking about, like, not just like Starbucks, which is an impersonal business, but even your own family or your close people, like, place of worship, and you're saying humankind is really not capable of gathering without spreading COVID-19. And, if that's the level, is saying, like, because of the material nature of market capitalism, that, people really can't gather together without trying to take advantage of Chinese people, if that's your karmatic understanding. Or, as a net sum total ecological energy level, is that people can't gather without the outcome being negative. That when humankind gathers, the outcome is negative, and it would have been better off if we hadn't gathered. And that is so much so that basically God has put it like, like, you're at risk. Just opening your mouth and talking with anybody could give you a 1 in 100 chance of dying.
Yeah, so you're ultimately weighing the benefit of socializing, which is minimal in a city type environment for any given instance of socialization, and the risk of infection. So, from a time on time basis, the only logical conclusion is avoid it, right?
But people aren't rational actors. All you have to do is walk outside to just say, like, no, it's impossible. There is no way it's not possible here in the US that we're going to successfully social distance. We're just not up to it. We're not rule followers like that. We don't have the impulse control. It is impossible that, maybe Doooovid, maybe Jennifer, like, who did decades of austerities and yoga and various things, could do it. But no, I say 99 out of 100 people do not have the impulse control to social distance.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, maybe it's just a matter of learning. Like they can acquire it over time, like how languages learn, it might take years, but then it'll be like second nature.
Well, it's like chunking. That's why I mentioned the chunking, because you're talking about impulse control in a form like, okay, Doooovid and Jennifer have done years, maybe lifetimes of austerities. So the concept of impulse control is not foreign to us at all, and it's even the norm. Where, generally, if we're given new impulses, we're more likely to assume that austerity is likely the better thing than trying something unknown. And that was done through years and years of chunking, of training the body to act in accordance to these principles, no matter what the circumstance, because the body's natural reaction is not to act like that. In almost any circumstance, the body's natural inclination is to act like a wild beast and just try to do what it wants immediately. Impulse control is never the natural inclination of the body, and it takes years and years to develop it. And just the threat and fear of death is not enough for people to automatically develop impulse control. And that's what we're seeing during the pandemic right now. It's like, aren't you guys scared of death? Isn't the fear of death enough for you guys to develop impulse control? And he's saying that's not how consciousness works. So if that's how you're thinking, you have a misperception of the nature of reality and consciousness, and even how the mind would work, and to say no, the fear of death cannot instantaneously cause a person to miraculously develop huge amounts of impulse control.
I try to explain this phenomenon sometimes to people. It's like the NPC thing. It's like, why can't everyone not be a non-NPC? It's like, well, it's a matter of energetic levels. If you look at it through the RK selection chunker, you see that there's a bunch of people using a more R selected strategy, and then some people using the K selected strategy, and it's like all the states that are available are filled, and there's more in the R end of it because society as a whole is being pushed towards the R end because of the availability of consumables is really what it is that causes it at the end of the day. The whole not being kind of on the edge of the knife of evolution due to food scarcity. So the anti-scarcity in food that we've experienced has pushed the civilization itself towards the R end of the spectrum, but it's still a statistical distribution, so there'll be people on the more K end. But the more you go into the K end, it drops off in a tail distribution. So it's like, oh yeah, I'm like got all this insight and have all these ideas, but it's to expect other people to share in that perspective is unrealistic because you're dealing with a statistical distribution that most people are operating in the lowest energy state, which is just eat shit.
Maybe it's good that we talk about this before the slides, because really all these things are going to boil down to the hard problem of consciousness. But the U.S. government has already collapsed, and right now they're just trying to not let the public and the larger forces as long as possible realize that the U.S. government has already collapsed. So that's Doooovid's official understanding right now. As I'm telling you, unfortunately, the government's already collapsed, and it might take a few months. And I don't think that Biden is going to become president. Not because Trump is going to, but I think because the U.S. government has unfortunately already collapsed. But with that, and we'll see what happens.
Well, the way I look at it is, what's the point of a state? So you look at the natural distribution. What happens in nature? You get a natural monopoly. Monopolies happen spontaneously. You can iterate a method that will prove this to you. Over time, the steady state solution is always what you call resource monopoly. Except that there's so many of us that resource monopolies, when only a couple of people have everything, it's just like a matter of killing them. And you can inherit everything, and isn't that great? But now you have a job that someone's willing to kill for. Not a workable model, civilizationally speaking. So civilization is like a sieve that seeks to undo this natural. When it's working properly, it's undoing this natural resource monopoly, because short term, yeah, it makes sense to clunk the guy with the pile of apples if you're like some Cro-Magnon living in a cave, right? Oh yeah, I have apples now, right? But now it's like way more complicated than that. The point of a society is to unmake this instability that is intrinsic to these resource monopolies that arise spontaneously. Very important to understand what arises spontaneously, i.e. without human intervention, so that you can stay away from this sort of detrimental conspiratorial thinking. Obviously, some conspiracy quote unquote theories are true, but we do have this tendency to see ghosts, right? That's why we personalize God all the time and cause ourselves all sorts of problems. But Sorry, I had a point and I just got totally lost in my whole ramble here. I can't even remember what my original point was. I'm so sorry.
Well, we're going to go into your slides, but I'm just making the global phenomenon of social distancing and COVID-19, and on a greater level also, where in the beginning Trump himself was saying like this social distancing is a good thing, and a lot of these things are probably going to be permanent. And then I guess like when it came to like Trump was going to have to wear a mask, like there was just no way that there was going to be any way around Trump not wearing a mask. At that level, it was too much for Trump. Like, oh, great, I don't have to shake everyone's hand anymore. Social distancing, great. You could see Trump was on board with that. But like when it came to like, oh shit, I got to wear a mask, like no way. And even on the left, where now, say when the government's collapsed, I would say humanity, the faith of humanity has basically collapsed because humanity at this point now is basically in complete trust of science to have a vaccine to beat what's going on. So the original understanding that, I said from a spiritual perspective, and I'll put it more into social distancing because, God is punishing us because we're mean to each other. We're not nice to each other. And social distancing is really that like minimum amount of respect that people should give each other. So Doooovid, Mr. Nice Guy, stood in Starbucks like an idiot for 10 minutes while all the cheaters got their drink before me, even though my drink was sitting there on the counter the whole time. And saying that's not surprising. That's, basically been like that my whole life. I knew that, like anybody who's ever waited in line, and Doovid's an aggressive driver. Like I cut people off, no hesitation. I just cut people off without, explanation. I don't even use my turn signal, God forbid, when I cut most people off. Like this is America. That's how we do things. And like I have been in like I try to be considered like New York for a while. I tried to be considered in the subway, but like no, like you're the jerk if you try to slow things down to say excuse me in
Yeah,
New York.
people
Like
resent
people
you if
want to
you're not
get
an
where they're
asshole, right?
going. Well, people want to get where they're going, and if you think you have the right to slow someone down, that's a bigger damage than not apologizing and say excuse me. So it's just a different moral system where people know everybody's in a hurry, and occasionally you get bumped, and if you bump someone, just keep on moving. And if you try to slow everyone else down with your apology, that's you damaging and taking away time. And at the Hindu temple, the Hare Krishna temple, I mentioned that constantly, that stealing someone's time is a serious breach of karma. And I did want I saw this interview right before the show um, of the daughter of General Soleimani, and it's saying the current state of karma and like her explanation of what's going on, and now like she's marrying the like a nephew of Nasrallah, and you see the karmatic balance. But from the God's eye perspective, is that humanity is so nasty to each other that God has to start killing us off just. And that's on all levels, not even like Chinese and U.S. It's at every level, interracial, within group, and social distancing isn't possible for most people. It means giving people the common decency and respect that a human life form deserves is beyond the capacity of the average person. And you say, okay, me and Jennifer um, believe in yoga, like transformation. Like, no, like, anybody could be enlightened. That is not beyond the state of any being on the planet. Any being on the planet could go through a process and become a better person. And social distancing is not so complicated that 99 out of 100 people have no chance of doing it. But on a practical level, if you walk the street, you say like no, like most people do not appear to be on the path of enlightenment. And Doovid is factually correct that 99 of 100 people can't get anywhere near the basic level of social distancing needed to stop the spread of COVID-19.
Yeah, good
And
point. I just wanted to finish what I was saying before about the civilization, right? Like the point of civilization being to act against this natural monopoly, and then there's people put in charge of civilization and the faith that the citizens place in the government to perform this task of resource redistribution in some sense. is the glue that forms the legitimacy of the government. So it
This
was
one they just gave up. Like the idea was going to be like, this is going to be a few years like this. Unfortunately, that's how viruses work. And so we have a little bit of time to get used to social distancing. So when we did the programs in March, it was saying this is what the experts were already saying back then, is it's probably going to be a lot worse because, viruses, and you have a second wave when it hits the cold season. And so, whatever we had back then, the first wave was just a lesson to give us time to get ready to learn how to social distance. But then everybody from Republican to Democrat saw that, no, 99 out of 100 people will never be able to social distance. We're now all of humanity just like, oh, we're fucked. Please, experts, give us this vaccine. Please work vaccine.
Wow. Very insightful. I really appreciate that commentary. It kind of surprised me when you said that the government had already fallen and they were just covering it up as long as they could get away with it. But maybe the faith is being
they're going to bankrupt them. They're going to make it even worse, and saying they're going to borrow. Even right now, that the government is basically already bankrupt and fallen. Instead of telling us that they're going to borrow, trillions of dollars more from the Chinese to give it away to their political allies. And it's like anybody who knows the history of empires, they're like, of course, that's what they're going to do. But they might not realize that that's what's happening. And it's saying from perspective, the U.S. government is done. It's not like all the stuff you see happening in the world, like Joe Biden is not restoring the U.S. to its rightful place at the head of some international table. The U.S. is permanently lost, and even the state of COVID-19, like this vaccine is unlikely to provide us relief, and likely we're going to see death of such a huge amount that it's surprising that we talk about anything else. But however, no one is talking, like everybody's like, oh, the vaccine's coming, we're going to get back to normal. Once Trump is out, the U.S. will be at the head of the table again. And meanwhile, they're selling that because the government's going to give away like $1 trillion. Don't worry, everything's going to be so good that we could borrow $1 trillion and, just give it out, because when things get back to being so good, and like Doooovid said, like, oh man, like we're done. Like that's the final, like, that's like, God forbid, that like all your credit card, like Hangman is coming down from the gallows, and it's like, like let's charge up one last meal on the credit card before they come to lock me up. God forbid.
Wow, this week on Week in Review, Doooovid takes the black
Fire.
pill.
I mean, you got the fire burning and saying the fire is burning. Doooovid's just calling the karma like I see it and saying, unfortunately, like that's what I saw at Starbucks today. My only interaction really. And, like I was on a call with some Jews, and I have faith in humanity. Like, we were still talking about honoring the elderly, just a non-political call with Jews, talking about the important Jewish value of honoring the elderly. And, whatever level of Judaism, all of us were basically like, yeah, I do involunteer and care for the elderly, basically, because that's how I understand my Judaism. Like, because I'm a Jew, I have to be, care for the elderly, and then maybe some natural, logical, psychological, whatever understanding that, yeah, it also makes sense to care for the elderly. But like that actually I thought was a pretty positive thing, and gave me like a little bit of the benefit that, like, even though we can't beat COVID-19 and aren't going to be able to social distance, that like, yeah, people are still concerned about caring for the elderly.
Yeah, it certainly emergencies certainly reveal a lot about people that normal circumstances don't.
Oh, it was mostly women. Also that call was like 80% women. Show up to these do-gooder Jewish calls. I mean, a lot of them are political, but like some of them are just like pure do-gooder. But yeah, they're like majority women.
Oh, that's right. You wanted to talk about feminism or some aspect of it on the show today. Did you want me to do my PowerPoint first or talk about feminism first?
Well, let's bring up this article because it was mentioning physics, and like Jennifer, like, she appears to be getting bigger in her reputation in the physics community. And, they said that guy Keating's now following her, and, she's leading the chant and opening up the show. And, that could be a karmatic foretelling of like she might, relatively soon, this coming year, be entering,
Oh,
more
come on,
realms.
dude. You'll always be the star of this show.
I mean, it's week in review, I'm saying, but I mean, just because you might still, I mean, I hope you do still want, even if Brian Keating has you on to do an interview, hopefully you're still going to want to do week in review, because
Oh,
week in review is
definitely.
something else. But I'm saying, like, yeah, week in review would be more interesting if during the week you were like on with Eric Weinstein and Keating.
I
And
would
there'd
love to
probably be a
talk
lot.
to Keating. I feel
But
like I need to like familiarize him a bit with my ideas before I talk to him, because then the conversation will actually be interesting. Because
so
like,
there was,
remember when I talked to JF, it was just like hitting him with idea after idea after idea, and it was clear he wasn't familiar with them, so the conversation kind of fizzled out. I would love to have actual productive combos where people maybe don't necessarily agree, but at least have a vague idea of what I'm saying.
I mean, that's like, so to say, the combination of me and you is bad karma. That like unfortunately, due to your bad karma, like Doovid was the only one who really took you seriously
I
in
think
the
it's good
streaming world.
karma, Doovid. I think that us working together
Well,
has
it's better
improved
karma than now,
karma.
but saying like, yeah, JF just like basically straight up didn't take you seriously.
Well, but that's his maybe not perfect karma. I don't want to say he has bad karma categorically, but I mean, it takes a special type of person to hear what
Karma's
I'm
the right
saying.
word. I'm saying like you had karma that there was someone out there, Duvid, who was interested in what you're saying. But like, yeah, good karma would be like, like you walk straight into the president and he was like, "Oh, awesome! Here's your theory. Like, let me hand over the platform of all the structures of power to you." And it's like, no, that wasn't
Ah,
your karma.
that
Like
would
most
imply
of the
they had
people in
good karma.
structures of karma of power didn't
That
take
would
you
imply their
seriously.
karma was good. It doesn't speak to my karma. It speaks to their karma. They're just confused and they don't understand the role of proper guidance and governance. That's their karma, not mine.
Well, we'll see how that to put this in equation form for why what Jennifer's saying makes sense, even though you could in a more colloquial way term it. No, I mean the way to see is that that's bad karma. If Jennifer had good karma, like she would get a call from the president asking her to explain her theories to all the elites of the academy. Like if the elites are not accepting, that's her bad karma from a. But I mean, you don't have to understand karma on that level, and there are other ways of looking at it. But I was mentioning this in the chess world, and chess is actually more popular streaming than what we're doing in chess, with the Queen's Gambit. So on the server, there was this article about women in chess, related to Queen's Gambit, invisible pieces. Can I read a little bit of it?
Yeah, sure. It should be interesting.
And I told Jennifer, because she's not a chess player, but like to some extent, you could give a parallel to women in physics. And I think chess is probably there's less women in chess than physics, but it might be close. Women don't play chess, and when they do, they play badly. Chess has experienced a renewed surge in interest thanks to part to the Queen's Gambit, a Netflix show exploring a young American woman's rise to world champion. It's a great show, and it also managed to neatly sidestep any real sociological commentary on what it means for Beth Harmon to be female in this world. However, back in the real world, as women involved heavily in chess scene, the gender politics are much more difficult to ignore. It's hard to be specific about the number of active female players, but most estimates fall somewhere between 5 and 15%. There's some women who are near the top, but not that good. Begs an awkward question. In a game that relies on mental agility and not physical strength, why is there a significant gender gap in chess ranking? If women really are equal to men, why is that not reflecting in chess ranking? Biological essentialists attempt to answer this question by claiming that women are fundamentally unable to play chess to the same standard as men. There is something wrong with our brains. Bobby Fischer, one of the greatest chess, and she goes on, and on the evidence, she's actually not correct about the evidence, because like women on average may be more intelligent than men. It said that men are further on the distributions, that there's more very low IQ men and more very high IQ men, is where women are more equally distributed, even though women are in generally shown to be more intelligent than men. But I would still predict that women wouldn't excel at being chess. But she gives her stuff and her reasoning. She doesn't have like a background in science, so I won't read what she writes about that. Let me just
Yeah,
get
it's all
to.
about the standard deviation, right? So you have the central limit theorem. And so over sufficient enough number.
I mean, she makes some valid points. Like she's talking like, people aren't nice to women. Although, her points really may not be that valid because, like, relatively on an objective scale, that people are nice to
No, they're
people are
nicer,
nice to
they're
women.
nicer to women, but women have a higher expectation of niceness due to simps. People generally treat women way better than men. Way better. I could get respect way easier in a certain way. In a certain way. I can get attention easier. Respect, but maybe that's sort of inverted.
So I mean, it goes on. It's an interesting article. People could read through it. And I mean, she mentioned she still likes chess and the nature, and she might be trying to like disprove or I mean, she mentioned some legitimate complaints that there's a lot of men that do things that aren't that nice to women, and they still have positions of power.
Have you noticed that women expect a tremendous amount of attention? Remember that girl you brought on, the last one? She was finger wagging me on my own show. She dared reproach me on my own show multiple times.
But she's bigger than you, though.
Didn't even realize how rude it was.
She is by number a bigger personality than you, so it may have been. But numerically, she is a bigger personality than you.
Sure. Well, if that's
the game,
she has a channel of like 6,000. I'm interested in playing.
Well, that's the streaming game, is saying that if she felt on your channel that like I have 6,000 subs and here she is on your channel, so she's going to act in a way like not even negative, like or just being nice. Like from her perspective,
is condescending and self-aggrandized. And yes, maybe this is just
something. Yeah, but from her perspective, she was probably trying to be nice.
Really? So I guess just talking to us and gracing her with her condescending self-aggrandizement was seen as a favor in her eyes. That's understandable.
Well, from the perspective that you should look at it from your own science, not mine, is that there wasn't necessarily a free will decision. That this was just a factual exchange of karma, and based on her sense perception of you, she acted in largely the mechanistic way you would have expected her to, and you, in your terms of your sense perception of her, acted in the mechanistic way that you would be expected to, and it wasn't like either you or her made a good or bad decision. That was just the factual exchange of your two karmas, and there's many elements to the factual exchange. But because you are on a stream and a YouTube show, that she did have dominance over you because she is a bigger streaming personality than you.
That attitude, though, is not conducive.
Just like JF, like what
knowledge. That attitude is not conducive to increased knowledge, which is what you're talking about with this chess thing. Because the people playing who are good are actually doing it for love of the game, out of pure passion and focus.
Well, saying you get good by chunking, and you're saying that the evidence is going to show that chunking does require some sort of what's going to be called effort or attention. That like chunking, there's a certain chunking of a subconscious unnatural chunking. I mean, natural chunking of just purely the reaction to sense perception. Even if you consciously try to not react to the sense perception, that it's likely that just purely the fact that a person observed or interacted with the world, that there was a sense perception that created a chunk, let alone, so to say, an active cognitive process where a person is trying to focus on some aspect more than another that would cause increased chunking and progress, like expertise, getting better. We talked about Edward Dutton, the 10,000 hour heuristic of practice, but it's more complicated because there's focused practice and mechanical practice. And the first show that me and Jennifer did, I mentioned Gurdjieff and the sacred dances and like the rolling dervishes and Sufi ideas. But Gurdjieff had the expression of mechanical nature. That's a very good way of understanding things, and saying that people, the majority of the time, are in mechanical nature. I mean, they don't exhibit free will. They just act purely based off of their previous karma in basically a predictable mechanical way. So in that term, Jennifer India was an example of whatever Jennifer's current state of mechanical nature, if she doesn't have a super ego guiding her decisions and whatever Dia's state of current karma, if she didn't have a super ego that could control her decisions, that was
I
the
most
factual
certainly
exchange.
did. I just chose to indulge putting her in her place because I felt that was karmatically optimal. There are a lot of men that watch this show and they need to.
You didn't even need to think anything. I was saying that was
Of
the
course, I
factual
thought it
exchange
through
of your
many
karmas.
times. That's why if you
You
rewatch
did
it, you'll
think
see I didn't
something.
react right away because I was thinking about it.
But
Even
are
as
you
I was
claiming
saying it, I
that
was
you
thinking
did that
about it.
because you thought about it? Or are you claiming
Yes.
you did that because that was just the factual
I
exchange of your karma? You didn't think
I
about it.
evaluated all the outcomes based on the least harm principle. I let her insult my honor twice, and then when she insulted it a third time, I asserted my dominance. That is exactly what happened. You can rewatch, but I was in full control the entire
You're
time.
saying because that's your mechanical nature. You're saying because that's you and your mechanical nature, and you know how you and your mechanical nature operates, or you're saying because you have some sort of ego process that was controlling that action and went through a decision-making process, and you remember the decision-making process
I
you made
remember
at
the
the time.
decision-making well, there's no distinction.
Even though scientifically the claim might be that no such thing exists. So Doovid is telling
I'm not making the claim that free will
you that
exists.
no, you did not go through a decision-making process in that
I'm not making
interaction. It
the
was
claim.
purely mechanical.
You're the one who simps for free will, not me. I've never
Well,
once
because it hinges on the
indulged
explanation
that.
of the higher problem. The interpretation of the interaction between you and Dia hinges upon the explanation of the higher problem of consciousness.
Well, okay, so Doovid, there's a difference between this is the difference between whether you have awareness or you're just responding to your base instincts. So that's the process of yoga, is separating the observer, like you explained it recently, is separating the observer from the instant impulsive reaction. And most people can't do that, so they just act on their first impulse. The only quote free will you have is to separate yourself long enough from the rising impulse to choose whether or not to indulge it. So all I'm saying is that, yeah, I definitely chose.
Yeah, but you're implying a
to indulge
free
it.
will decision. You're saying that when Dia appeared on your stream,
It's a limited amount. It's not
that
universally
information
free.
of who the Dia person is enters a chunk, and that chunk
Yeah.
is a mechanical process because it's
doesn't
not like
enter
you
a
can
chunk.
decide. You don't chunk it on the
It
spot.
gets chunked. It gets chunked on the spot and immediately
And that is
statistically
indicative
regressively
of
analyzed
your
in about
mechanical
10 different
nature
ways.
because these are predetermined things that have happened in your past, like a karmatic history that is determinative of how this information process is going to occur when you see Dia and you get that, and it forms that chunk that also includes likely how you're going to act on that information, and that now you claim you went through a decision-making thought process that is already contingent upon a certain explanation of the higher problem of consciousness that is likely untrue.
All I'm saying is that universally free will is, I think Gandalf said it correctly, that it's the boundary conditions are undefined, but within what we experience as impulsive consciousness or whatever day-to-day consciousness, there's a range. You can be completely at the whim of your baser instincts, or you can gradually rise above them. And the degree to which you can, that's the sort of range of will. That's like your quote unquote willpower, and some people have more than others, but that willpower is still restricted to a biological. I think you explained it, actually. You said like about biological restrictions on, I don't know how you worded it exactly, but the biological
Boundary
restrictions
conditions.
boundary conditions
Actually,
on free will.
the Herbert Simon has won his Nobel Prize, and it was called Bounded Rationality, which is related to these theories on chunking and consciousness. But yeah, I mean he wasn't. He knew mathematics, and it's also based on calculus. And when it comes to the different differential equations and actually producing equations, you'll see that you could make predictive bounded rationality. So if I say I could make a predictive representation of the archetype of Jennifer and the archetype of Dia, that there would be a bounded rationality of how much decision-making power there would be in the interaction. You could predict how the interaction will go and the limits of you two's decision-making power, that this is the boundary of the interaction based on predeterminative of karma.
Yeah, so just to sort of attempt to
this is what I've been saying the whole time. For months now, and covering like the calculus and the vector fields, that it basically comes down to a vector field, a vector field with sinks and sources, and that's like free will decisions where you're in a vector field and it's pushing in a certain direction, and attention could act as a force to go against the greater forces. Sometimes if you're in a close area where you're very close to like a decision-making point, something like, what we'll call attention could push a person from one course of action to the other. However, in most cases, even attention is beyond the ability to switch one person's decision to the next. So like in social distancing, even for the second when the guy yelled at everybody and there was like, oh, attention, should I now move into social distancing? And saying that wasn't even there. People didn't even have that best behavior, like, oh, now I have to social distance. And wasn't even in the capability of their bounded self-control to move into that state of action. It wasn't even a potential mechanical nature, because at a certain level of the chunking process, you could only decide to enter between the different mechanical processes that you've already trained yourself in. You can't make a decision. I mean, there's some level of interpreting. Humans could interpret and understand different situations, but at a certain level, people don't really think on the spot. They choose between different mechanical natures that they could act upon, and those are bounded, so that me and Jennifer will move towards some sort of quantifiable level that hopefully maybe would be, I mean, God forbid, like Super Libras, but some sort of interactive thing where you could enter information on certain archetype principles. You could ask, like a survey of questions of personality, and that would create a bounded condition where you would not predictively be able to predict the outcomes, but you would be able to correctly create the boundaries of which the outcome is likely to occur in.
Cool. Now I just want to throw it back at you to make sure I've understood what you're saying correctly. Howie wants to come on. Is that okay, Doovid?
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, you still want to do your slides also.
Yeah, Howie will be able to, I'm sure, keep quiet during the slides. Welcome, Howie. I just want to give an explanation to make sure I'm understanding what you're saying. So you think of it like the real number line, and an individual conscious entity is one subset of that real number line. And a different entity is a different subset. So it's like the round brackets around an interval, like from, let's say, 1 to 5, for example. And then when two entities have an exchange, there's another interval, and that represents the set of all possible outcomes from that exchange. And that is an accurate way to look at it, because we're very much restricted to boundary conditions, but these boundary conditions are not deterministic in the sense that a person can be mapped to a point. No, it's not a point. It's an interval, because points don't exist because uncertainty principle, right? These are objectively false constructs, but it is true to contemplate, or it's a good idea to contemplate this idea of boundedness, because there is a finite amount of information in the mind, and there is a finite amount of outcomes to every situation, but it can seem, when you get into your head philosophically, that there's actually an infinite amount of outcomes that are possible, and that's simply incorrect.
We would say if you could only short-term memory maximize its 7 different, a definition of intelligence is to work with multiple conflicting ideas in your head at the same time. But if you're going to say scientifically, all psychometrics seems to max that off at 7. And
Measurement limit.
There's a boundary to human capacity, and we know it.
Universal.
I mean, we don't know it exactly. We haven't
7
solved
is
the hard problem of consciousness. But even from chess and all of these expertise, that there's an understood boundary condition to the maximum of human potential, and that's scientifically understood, and that's the concept of expertise and the mathematics of distributions and bell curves. That expertise means what's on the far distribution of the bell curve. But why is it? What makes experts? And what Jennifer is saying about to interactionally, if let's say, okay, Howie has a certain number of modes of interaction, and then he has his default mode of how he interacts, that if nothing else, he's in that mode, although he has other modes he's capable of interacting in. And then me and Jennifer also have our modes that we're default in, and the other modes that we're capable of interacting in. So if there's going to be an association, scientifically, it's essentially going to be some sort of search for the lowest energy state, if you're looking at that, but it's going to be some sort of give and take between what mechanical nature me, Jennifer, and Howie could comfortably fall into. There'll be a certain number possible attentive effort where, okay, I'm not acting in the way that I'm comfortable. I'm adapting my interaction for the sake of interaction. It's worth the expenditure of energy. But because I'm expending energy and interacting not in my default state, I expect something in return for that, and that's mutual between the parties. And you could eliminate to some extent free will decision making processes, and saying that people in their own mind might think that we're deciding, but really it's just a process of finding an equilibrium. And even though people might explain it as a decision making process, that from a neurological hypermonic conscious level, that decision making process that people describe is probably extremely far from accurate in terms of what actually happened in the, so to say, decision making process, or this levels of what I'm calling choosing between mechanical natures. What does decision making process even mean? And so with that, let's see how this experiment of trying to talk to Howie works.
LMAO! Howie, did you want to say hi to the audience and let us know what you've been up to? We can't hear you, Howie.
Yeah,
Go ahead. We can
sorry.
hear you now.
It took a little minute to click the allow thing. Do I sound all right?
Yeah, you sound good.
All right, cool. Because I'm on data right now. Okay, so for like the past month, I've been going through like philosophy and ethics, more than anything else. Like I found a Harvard lecture series on justice, but it turns out it's more of an ethics course. So then I started going through Yale's moral philosophy and political philosophy lecture series, and well, that's eaten a pretty big chunk of my time this past month. And I also have my own place now, which is
Good for you. Those are all positive things.
yeah. I've also I've listened to a lot of audiobooks of the classical philosophers like Kant and Kierkegaard.
Good for you.
Hegel is dry as hell. I don't get how that guy got famous. It was just too dry for me.
Well, if he's correctly describing processes, what does dry mean? He's saying that is correctly described processes dry.
Well, he could have added some personality to it, you know. It seemed mechanical, too mechanical.
His main thesis is wrong. He was shilled to undermine civilizational coherence. The Hegelian dialectic is not how it works. It's more of a spring that can be compressed until it kicks back in the other direction with disastrous results. It's not really true that you can just arbitrarily engineer society into whatever direction you want, which is what the whole thesis, antithesis, synthesis argument is basically saying.
So you've been doing much streaming, or you like in chats? So you say you got your own place. You're using your time to educate yourself. You still producing videos? You're appearing on any other streams?
I haven't really produced any new videos, haven't really appeared on any streams, but I have collaborated with some people on Twitter and
Super
on
Libra,
Facebook.
still working with him?
I talked to him the other day. We're not exactly working together anymore.
What a shock.
Okay, well, hopefully you had some sort of productive relationship. So you mentioned I saw on Facebook you messaged me like some of these books you've been reading, or these books maybe you just have or read in the past, or on a shelf somewhere. Are these actually books you've been reading?
Yeah, these the ones in the pictures.
Um, I have to look at my Facebook to see, but because it wasn't like yesterday that you sent me these. It might have even been a few
Yeah.
weeks ago. But you sent me a whole bunch of.
Yeah, I've got a small portion of my library back.
So the books you had read in the past.
Yeah, books I've read in the past that I kept.
So Howie, I know you were telling me something about a unified field model. You get anywhere with that? Of course not.
Oh yeah, I so I've spent most of this year going through mathematics and physics and trying to see how to describe my field model uh accurately, and then I realized that it's already happening in mainstream quantum field theory.
Yeah,
So I
almost like someone grabbed the reins and just basically told them what to think or something. It's so weird. Who could have predicted it?
yeah, the problem that I have is that they're still uh generally speaking, they're still teaching the wave particle duality model instead of the field model, but it's still basically the same thing.
Well, there's a problem with fields too, right? Because they're predicated on what? Cartesian geometry. You are embracing the axioms of Cartesian geometry to assert fields, and Cartesian geometry is not real. We can prove that using quantum. So fields have the same intrinsic problems as waves and particles. The correct interpretation, and I was actually showing this earlier. I mean, really, I don't want to say there's a correct word for it because the correct word is whatever's the stickiest word. But the most recent research published in Popular Mechanics, they're calling it energy. I don't want to say chunks, but what are they calling it? Yoga, blah, blah, blah. Fragments of energy. Sorry. So basically, what it is, as I was saying a bit earlier, is it getting over this counterintuitive idea that time is not the prime mover. There's no such thing as the beginning of time in an absolute sense, and that is very counterintuitive, I think, for us. Hey, Deshaun, and hey, Nicholas and Aiken and everybody else in the chat. Nice to see you. Thanks for joining.
Really good to see you, Deshaun. I haven't bumped into. I mean, since COVID-19, we haven't streamed. I saw him a few times. He came to my house. But yeah, good to see you, and hopefully we'll get back to streaming and technology. Even if he had his tech together, and it's a little bit complicated. Saying that.
Is he the one in the opening video?
Yeah, we streamed multiple times. I mean, you talked to him at that time of Week in Review.
Okay, that's what I thought. Yeah, Deshaun, you're in the opening video if you want to check it out.
But yeah, I mean, we unfortunately COVID-19. Like I've only seen Deshaun like 3 times in the last 8 months, and we haven't streamed, and God forbid. But I'm glad he's in the chat, and hopefully, like if he did get his tech together, a new computer, internet working, like I would even stream with him probably, weekly.
Yeah, you're doing pretty good in the streaming department. You've got your Moskowitz weekly, which was really good this week, especially towards the end. And I was trying to catch up because it was live, but I hadn't seen the whole thing. I was playing at 1.5 speed, and it was almost musical. Definitely poetic in its timbre.
I saw that. I mean, you could see his type guest. He had James Corsi, so big name, and he's even was a New York Times bestseller who wrote a book that sold over 1 million copies. But could be like in decline, like Alex Jones. But Charles Moskowitz is getting like the B-list tier Alex Jones people. and occasionally like some bigger names in the Trump scene. Like actually got Judge Perino and Senator Blackburn, but he's basically he's improving. Like our last stream got 176 views. The Mashiach, the End Times, the Ongoing American, and it fits kind of his like Trump shilling. He thinks Trump won. Conspiracy, arguing counter Semites. So I watched some of his interviews, and it's an interesting new network. Like Jay Dyer. Some of the names are somewhat familiar, but he's got a lot of people with real resumes. People, you had a professor at NYU, and so he's getting people with real resumes and interviews. So I'm happy about that, and we have a pretty good regular program going up. I'll continue that and saying like, yeah, there's enough time. Like I would add. I mean, I've been doing that Chuck Thursdays at 1 p.m. Eastern time for like at least 2 months now, and so yeah, me and Deshaun, if he got his like computer system down, I'm sure would be able to develop a weekly program also. But like unfortunately, you got to have your tech for that. You got to have.
Are you reading the message from Howie there? He says he gave Marxism a fair shake. Yeah, that's another chunker, right? So there's like there's certain axioms of Marxism will give you a fundamental chunking to understand the greater macro civilization, and some people find that chunker aesthetically pleasing. Sort of coming back to like chunkers is why do people get attracted to certain chunking devices? Well, it's partially aesthetics and partially propaganda.
Well, is that even the question like a mental technique? So saying chunking is a natural process that we do without any control over the matter, and saying that but in terms of a mental technique, in some sort of, and really it hinges. I'm not sure if you're gonna move into your slides. If you want to go straight into it, this could be the jumping board, because all of these things hinge upon the heart problem of consciousness, and even in terms of a single qualia, because to a large extent we have no idea what consciousness is or the ability of how this body is controlled, even for something as simple as a self-control mechanism of how a person, there could be an I that controls the body that is beyond the heart problem of consciousness. You have to solve the heart problem of consciousness to suppose that there is such a thing as an ego that makes decision-making processes, and to some aspect the evidence is not in the line with the conceptions. And so you have the sages and the Hindus and the Vedas and the Kabbalists, introspection, and the philosophers that had a lot of thought and understanding about how the decision-making process, like chunking, arose largely from psychometric studies of chess players and just thinking about how does a person go about picking the best chess move. And chess chunking theory largely arose from that, these studies on chess, but the process was good enough that it has become one of the best marketable concepts on the heart. It's not a solution to the heart problem of consciousness. It's just a concept of an explanation for a process. But working with that as a mental technique, besides the natural phenomenon processing of chunking, that a person recognizing that that's how the mind operates could perform phenomenon through this chunking process. So anyone who's like memory techniques or something like that, representative techniques, looking at a study like autistic people who could tell you, what day of the week you were born if you tell them your birthday, or various things, that there are known workable mental techniques that you could teach a person in a simple sitting that would allow them to do what would appear to be a phenomenal mental process, but in reality is not that complicated, like a quadratic equation or something, like doing 2-digit multiplication in my head, like, what's 48 times 52? It was like, oh, that's 2,496. Is like, well, how'd you know that? And it's, well, because x minus
Chunking.
x, Well, it's a chunk, but it's instantaneously an x minus 2 times x plus 2 equals x squared minus y squared. And that simple algebraic equation has been so ingrained in my head that certain forms of 2-3 digit multiplication I could do instantly. And like a chess pattern is like that in physics, like that, solving physics problems, different, even calculus, that I've chunk list stuff where me and Jennifer could basically solve freshman level calculus in our head. And that's through a chunking process because we've worked at it, we've been through the steps, and we have those chunks that we could work with large amounts of knowledge that you could just give a person. You could give me or Jennifer, basic undergraduate level calculus problem. We might be able to work through all the processes in our head in the same way that if you gave Doooovid a chess puzzle in chess position, I might be able to figure out in my head. And chunking is an exceptional explanation for how this process works, whether it's the solution to the hard problem of consciousness or even the solved problem of consciousness is unknown. It is explanatory in terms of algorithms of AI. So the chunking has proven to be one of the main forefronts of these various machine learning and computer programming techniques. And you could use it to explain to a person how to help develop expertise in any given field. So like Howie or something, if he was, trying to accomplish something in, whatever these intellectual endeavors or something like that, that someone who understood the chunking process through the chunking process could, walk someone to like Howie through a protocol for how he could develop expertise through chunking.
We've got a chunk off going on in the chat right now. So I don't know, Howie, did you want to finish up your intro? I feel like we kind of got derailed from you introducing or telling us what you'd been up to. So you said you read the Communist Manifesto, is that right?
Yeah, I went over some lectures that are pro-Marx, and I also went over some lectures that are not anti-Marx but not pro-Marx. Some more like objective lectures about him, and I also went over a couple of the books, and I have the proof now because I got a playlist of all this shit. So if any communist says I haven't gone over the information, I can just spam the link to the playlist.
Wouldn't that imply they were convinced through logic? Isn't that itself an illogical position to take?
That is very true.
Yes, this is usually, well, let's say the second biggest stumbling block for devotees. The most difficult is overcoming one's personal projection out of fear of alienation. But really, when you, in the long run, you realize you were never really as close to people as you thought. So wouldn't you rather know rather than be in an illusion state of how close you actually are with people and how much information is actually being passed between you during your communications? But yeah, I mean, so you've given up on the unified field model because modern mainstream science is basically sort of right on it
Oh
now?
no, I just realized that I don't need all the math that I went over, and I have all the math that I need. I had all the math that I needed at the beginning of the year.
And what math have you reduced your model to requiring?
Well, I expected it would need a lot more than what it did, but it's just basic wave mechanics. And
Are you referring to the Schrodinger equation?
no, like classic like Newtonian wave mechanics.
I think you mean
Just like y equals
Maxwell's
half of
equation.
k. Using just like y equals half of k x squared, or whatever. Is that the equation? The Hooke's law?
Yeah, for a spring. That's the potential energy of a deformed spring. So you're saying you can model this entirely in terms of classical waveform mechanics. How do you deal with the issue of the...
with just slightly more than classical waveform.
Well, how do
mechanics.
you integrate the Heisenberg uncertainty principle? I mean, ultimately, the Heisenberg principle and the observer effect are the most difficult things to integrate because they go against the axioms of calculus. Dun dun dun!
Yeah, because I'm not modeling particles. I'm modeling fields.
Well, you're trying to model reality. And what I've just explained to you are two effects observed in reality. And so
Yes,
your
and
mathematical formalism must accommodate these.
if you model fields, you can model reality.
Howie, do
If
you
you-
understand the argument I am making? I just said earlier fields are incorrect axiomatically as they posit the real number line. Do you even understand what that argument is?
Fields are incorrect axiomatically as they do what to the number line?
Fields don't come out of nowhere. What axioms do fields accept? Where do fields exist?
That's a complicated question to answer.
Yes, well, they all are. That's why, it's very difficult to do this stuff and very easy to underestimate the difficulty.
Fields exist within space-time, don't they?
Well, what's the argument with a field is that it can be modeled on what? Where do you plot the points on of a graphical representation of a field? The real number line, yes. The real number line isn't real, bro, because of the Heisenberg uncertainty principle. This is why science has turned into a clown show, because they've attempted to axiomatize time, whereas only space-time that can be axiomatic. I mean, this is the problem, right? I get it, fields. Yes, there is some field-like entity that exists out there, but it can't be a field as we understand fields because our fields invoke calculus. Sorry, they invoke the real number line. Because we model fields with calculus. The derivative is only defined if the derivative is defined, right? What's the dx mean? Metaphysically, philosophically, what is dx? Howie,
Well, that would be a tiny change in x, right?
dx is the smallest non-zero value. Does such a thing exist in real life?
Probably not.
Yeah, so it's one thing to have an intuition about this stuff, but it's very hard to reconcile it with what we're faced with in reality. And what we're faced with in reality is that we have this great tool called calculus, and we can do so much cool stuff with it, but it actually fails at the quantum limit. And because we have these quantum effects, we can't have a system, a numerical system that fails at the limit we're actually interested in looking at, because quantum effects don't just happen on the micro scale, but they're defined on the micro scale. And other scales, right? The whole idea with our consciousness is that it exists within a 14-dimensional universe, and evidence has shown that our minds actually occupy 11 of those dimensions, which is very interesting. But yeah, I do think it's cool that you're reading and everything, Howie, and I'm super glad that you moved out of your mom's house because it seems like there was some negativity going on there that was bad for your health. So let me just say that I'm really glad you're taking control of your life and going in a positive direction.
Yeah, me too.
Awesome. So do you guys want me to do my presentation on the observer effect? Is this a good time, Doovid? And then we can talk about the MacBook Pro. I was sort
Yeah,
of
sure, go ahead.
fanboying for the MacBook Pro to Doovid the other day. I was like, oh my God, I just had to get it. Because like I was an interpreter for deaf people in university classes. So I'd go with them and type on my computer what the professor was saying so that they could follow along type thing. And yeah, when I replaced my old computer that had broken down because Norton antivirus updated itself, which totally crashed my internet, and I was like, never again. And I got a Mac, and I was like, yo, this is amazing. You know what really got me was the blacker blacks, like the amazing contrast in the screen. It really brings it out. Other screens just seem washed out by comparison. Sorry, I'm trying to find my.
What do you think about McAfee antivirus?
I use a Mac, bro. I know that McAfee
Uh,
himself is a bit of a weirdo. I know
oh,
that.
he's so cool. Oh my god, I love him.
Of course you would. I see the pictures circulating of him on the internet. He's a bit outspoken when you say. All right, so anyway, you're getting lots of compliments, Doovid, from I think your biggest fan. Actually, wait, no, it's John. What's his name? I want to say John. He's your biggest fan. And then also Half Galician is your second biggest fan. He's your half biggest fan. John Wolf, that's his name. All right, so let's get on with the presentation. So I thought, let's approach this again. Let's really, because I think we got into a mini argument about whether the hard problem of consciousness had axioms that were actually answerable. Because if your axioms are wrong, you can't get to a right answer. Unless you brute force it, right? So the computer's axioms are all wrong, but if you brute force it, like we saw with the modeling of fluid mechanics example with a neural net, yeah, you can brute force it, but that's not necessarily how it really works. We're not looking for a model that works. We're looking for how it actually works. That's going to be the best model. So I'm going to try to go through this question and ultimately illustrate why it's posed in such a way to make it very difficult to answer. So we've got observation device, and an observer, and these are three what we believe are distinct things. So you come in, you're a naive scientist. Okay, you just got to put yourself in the mind of a student. What do we know? We start off with, we assume absolutely nothing. It's just a blank slate, clear the mind, and then we look for the most reasonable assumptions, right? So the scientist comes into the lab. What's the most reasonable thing I can assume? I exist. My observation device exists, and my observations exist. Because if I don't have those three things, I can't do science. And then we have to take this result. The problem being that we don't know to what extent the observation device was involved in the creation of the observation. And this may seem like a trivial question, but indeed it is not. And it sort of goes to the heart of why science in practice isn't really objective, is it? Because we're interpreting the results that are going through a device that we may not actually know what effect it's having on the system under observation, and we may be making some very bad assumptions. So we reculons, les amis. That means back up, right? And French is kind of a more beautiful language, no offense, English, but there's ways to say things in French really succinctly. Reculons. So that's a sort of mind technique where rather than being really far into something, ultra zooming down into hyper level of fine detail, you pull back to try to see a larger image in greater detail. So, okay, I can't even assume that. Like, I can't even assume this. I can't even assume that the observer, the observation device, and the observation. I can't assume anything about separateness between these three things. Not that they're not separate, because obviously my senses tell me, yeah, they're separate. My petri dish isn't the same thing as my microscope, right? But, right? And then God comes out of the corner with a giant joint, is like, dude, bro, it's all entangled, man. And you're like, damn, how am I going to get my unified field model? So it's all about reculer and making the right assumptions about your system, because your assumptions are chunkers. They're the thing that's threading all the information that you're getting into a quilt of knowledge. So next step, we can say physics has established an equivalence between waveform reduction, observation, and measurement. Let's just assume that. Even though we're not 100% sure that it's true, this seems to be the thing that describes all the observations, that all the science experiments have been carried out so far. It seems to be that we need to assume that there is some equivalence between these processes. And this is part of the Copenhagen interpretation. If people are interested in looking at this, now there is controversy about the Copenhagen interpretation. I don't accept everything in the Copenhagen interpretation. However, some of it is good. So we have to just go through all the axioms and pick and choose the ones that we agree with in a way, even though we're making a blind assumption to some extent. It is a bootstrapping problem. That's the joy and challenge of science, is that it is a bootstrapping problem because you're coming in with two unknowns. You have one equation and two unknowns. You're like, damn it. Physics has established, okay, so we've got that. The extracting, what we can say for sure is that extracting information from a waveform via measurement affects the geometry of the waveform. We're not really sure why, or we're not sure how, but we know that this is just what happens. And we know from entropy that any change effectuated to a system will be absorbed by that system by Le Chatelier's principle, and then change the system somehow to a higher entropy state. So if you're measuring something to get information from it, but measuring it changes it, what is the meaning of your measurement? This is what I call the information demon, where he's like, ha ha ha, you think you know, but the process of knowing gave you a freaking lie. You freaking LARPer, and now I'm going to laugh at you. So this is just sort of trollishness aspect to the universe at some level. It's like, is there an entropy god sitting there under everything, sort of pulling the rug out from underneath me? Like, is somebody laughing at my plight to try to understand this stuff? It's intimidating. And the two unknowns, one equation is overwhelming for most people's senses, because it's like, holy shit, I know nothing. And that is just too much cognitive dissonance, because we want to believe that we know things because it's part of the whole subjectivized consciousness that is the survival strategy of animals. By carrying out successive measurements on a system, are we not chasing the dragon of knowability through a maze of data? Our own data guarantees us no longer reflects the state of the system. Oof! Does the measurement represent the state of the waveform prior to observation, after neither? Is the measurement an average of these states, a weighted average? How can we possibly know? But we have all these ideas that we can throw at it from learning math just for the sheer joy of it. And that's a great thing. It doesn't always need to be an immediate application to things. Like eigenvalues, as soon as I learned about them, I was like, this is important. And I didn't need to know exactly why you can follow your instincts on these things if math pleases you to learn about. Pursue it to whatever limit until it no longer gives you the outcome you are looking for. So any accurate model of consciousness has to incorporate these limitations. A good scientific model ought to make verifiable predictions. And ultimately, what we're looking for isn't an answer, quote unquote, to the hard problem of consciousness, because we know from our own experience that consciousness cannot possibly be simple enough that we can just explain it in a way succinctly that everyone's going to understand right away, because somebody would have already done it. And we were like, yeah, but duh, that's what consciousness is, so obvious, but that's not the case. So what we're looking for, rather than an actual one sentence answer to what is the solution to the hard problem of consciousness, we're looking for a language with which to frame the questions that will later be answered through science. We need to be able to ask questions that are consistent with the universal axioms, because if we're posing a question that doesn't line up with universal axioms, we can't get an answer that makes sense. So we've got a basic model here that shows you how the thought process works. So I've got an animated version on the right-hand side here. So if your incoming signal, so your eye is doing what? It's not chunking yet. What's the eye doing? What's the purpose of the eye? It is collimation of a signal of light. Light comes in, signal transformation, because your brain has to be able to understand it. Now, this is an integrated circuit. Why? Biology insists that we have very high, efficiency. I guess I've gotten to the teacher point that I'm answering my own questions. LARP. Anyway, what I'm trying to show in this diagram that I've made a GIF out of is that you've got your incoming signal. That's the green one where there's an arrow coming in and it lights up in green. So that first green spot, that's a chunk. It's gotten chunked. Now, what has it been chunked into? It's the things that later form impressions. So there's a sort of proto-chunking process. That's the subconscious, where the things are getting to the point where we can understand, but they're not quite there yet. And so impression comes in, and then it sort of bounces around in the mind a little bit. And this is where all the memories are, and everything's stored in archetypes. And every time one of these lights lights up, that's indicative of chunking. 'Cause anytime you are imposing some type of axioms on a system in order to resolve the contrasts better, you are chunking. That is indeed how the contrasts are resolved. And so it bounces around and then eventually goes out to an action. So we've got basically a dualistic model where you have the mind as a quantum computer and the body is the energetic source of the mind. So I've got another diagram here. If you want to check this out, it's on School of Entropy. This is like an animated one, but I can't display it right now, so please check that out. So what we do is just impose the observer effect naively on the mind body. We say, well, body must be some sort of observation device, therefore mind is the observer, and this is consistent with how we're understanding things through meta-analysis of scientific observations. They did not isolate the observer effect through a single experiment. This would be borderline impossible. Actually, can it? Or are we just like being modeled as Frankenstein, perpetually electrocuted by like no, right? So I'm modeling it as, yeah, okay, it's a photonic waveform. And the reason why we have these near constant cycles is because the speed of light is constant. So you've got energy going through, which is fundamentally light-like, through a system which has a very high index of refraction, which for those of you who studied physics will know that this retards the observed velocity of the waveform all the way down to the speed of thinking, the speed of the heartbeat, the speed of breathing. That's all ultimately derived from light. And so we've got a way to understand the heart that is dualistic and maybe seems a little bit counterintuitive at first, or more maybe not counterintuitive, but more complicated. But just get over the hump of that initial complication, because it is so much easier to use so much easier to do science when you're using a model that's fundamentally correct. So we actually have an existing model from way back when of dampened driven harmonic oscillation. And this is just great model. It's been around for a while. Like, I didn't research the history of it, but it's more than 100 years old. Definitely it goes back to like classical mechanics, I think. So this is describing more or less what we're looking at, right? Because you can be in the transient regime sometimes with something like a heartbeat, because like you get spooked or whatever, your adrenaline rushes and then your heart's going 10 times, whatever, 10 beats faster per minute, and then it goes back. But ultimately entropy pushes things back to the steady state regime. But if we use a DDHO, we get something where we can shift the distribution between the transient regime and the steady state regime and cover all the possible states, because we want our model to span the states, right? If the model doesn't span the states, it's not good. You want your chunker to span the space in the traditional linear algebra sense. The energy derived from food perpetually drives the mind body complex towards higher energy states. So a true steady state is precluded, right? So we're not looking at a pure steady state. That's the base form from which we do various harmonics on top of it, but you have your base form. And that's very helpful because everything is simply a distorted state of the base form. What does that remind you of? Back to how GMM UBM works with your fundamental archetypal speaker and everything being essentially a vector distance from that speaker, actually a much more cogent way to process information. So we're essentially doing the same thing. We're saying this is the whole waveform that we can talk about, even though we've got little asterisks that waveforms aren't real, but we use them to understand what's real. And we have something that is able to go into the transient regime and the steady state regime, but that has an overall tendency towards the steady state regime. In order for a deviation into the transient regime, we need what? Stimulus from the external environment. So we've got a model where we can just sort of shift depending on what situation calls for. So very potent there. The important thing that you want is that no states are excluded from your formalism, right? You don't want a model that works only when you're awake, but not when you're asleep, right? Because we'd like to cover everything. So a little more explanation here. I won't read the whole thing because it is a bit long and I don't want people to get bored, but this is a great diagram. So please check it out. I'll share the link in the chat if people want to check it out later, but I really like this explanation I've got here because it's cramming a lot of information into a very small diagram, and you can kind of see what this whole chunking thing is all about, because what we have in the cone is not just one chunker, but a bunch of chunkers manifesting physically as a single thing, but there's actually 3 levels of discernment that we can identify as happening. So this is really great, I think. I hope everyone else enjoys it. And then you have, when you're born, you have a range of states, and because you're growing, you're more so in the transient regime, but things can be steady. You're not like your heartbeat does get pretty steady at some points. And then as you mature, more in the steady state, but there's always a range of variability. And we also have biological axioms that we've talked about. So this is a different chunker. So here's chunker number 1. What's it doing? It's giving you a hierarchical sort of lensing of what the chunkers are. We've got a personality / ego, which I basically equivocate between the two of them. This is semantic differences, memories, and then finally thoughts, emotions, and sensations. So that's one way to chunk the chunking processes of the mind. And then we have another chunker, which is foundationally, what does the ego consist of? What are the ingredients that the ego uses to make its pies? And so through process of deduction, took me years, won't go through the whole thing, but we have 3 essential cognitives of, conscious compulsions or cognitive imperatives. I am safe, and I am worthy. And this is just basically, we're just basically monkey larping towards these in perpetuity, though we may change what we perceive as manifesting these desires may change over time. We're still essentially seeking these desires to be fulfilled. Okay, a little more about a pump. So again, just to come back to this idea that old ideas aren't necessarily dead. It's actually good sometimes to look at a big historical study to see if some ideas are better and just tighter. And in a way, a lot of the stuff comes out now is more confused and has all these, baggage of axioms. So maybe if you go back a couple hundred years, I don't know when Bernoulli was exactly, but going back a bit, and see if maybe these models are actually adequate to describe what we're talking about, because we know a little bit more of what we're talking about. So now, thanks to all the developments in quantum mechanics. So we have these 2 ideas here. They're very important because we already have a pretty good idea of what waveform reduction is. That's easy to understand via what we know as the slit experiments. So here we go, slit experiments. Sorry, I went too far. On the top left, you've got the simplest slit experiment you can get. So we already know that this is basically how it works. Waveform reduction. The electron is being reduced by the slit, and that's causing it to not go to the same place that it would go in the absence of the slit. So waveform reduction, we have more familiarity with it, but we also have something called waveform amplification. Very easy to get familiar with this concept. Just think about, why do you eat food? To amplify your consciousness, which then amplifies your body. It sort of props it up like a balloon. It's a cycle, which makes it so hard to disentangle the causality. The cycle that's happening essentially at the speed of light. All right, so come back to the original framing of the question. We might want to ask ourselves what role the Heisenberg uncertainty principle plays in cycle of consciousness. Well, to do that, we have to actually understand what is the Heisenberg uncertainty principle telling us. And that's basically a ground truth proof of the fact that observation in the true sense is impossible without some change to the waveform, but that the waveform also maintains some intrinsic qualities that can't go away. The electron's still an electron. Our consciousness is still photons. It's just gone through tremendously complicated meat grinder. So just as a single slit diffracts the path of individual electrons and generates a diffraction pattern over time, the living tissue diffracts the path of photons and generates a standing photon wave or light crystal over time. The eigenstates of this waveform are experienced subjectively as thoughts, emotions, and sensations. So we can predict the shape of this light crystal simply by knowing what qualities the consciousness must possess by doing a process of deduction. It's like, I can't make this assumption because of the observer effect. I can't make this assumption. I can't assume that the mind is the body because there's just too much evidence to the contrary. Okay, well, I've eliminated everything. Impossible. Have to go with the remainder. So we've got a summary here: reduction and amplification, not opposite processes, but complementary processes. Mind is understood as a photon waveform amplified through the uptake of food, which I said. And then we have ego, which is also a waveform, is a reduction of mind effectuated by the body. So you've got this mind goes through the body, poof, you get your ego. Most people believe that their self is their ego, and this is the root of all the suffering. Blah, blah, blah. We won't go into that now. And then we have further eigenstates, which are thoughts, emotions, and sensations. A further reduction. So a further sort of, you could think of it as starting with like a big range, and then you restrict the range through the body, and then you restrict the range again through this rendering from the body originating in the mind. The reason why the HPC is so hard is because the ego is both an observable and an observation device. And that's like, whoa, dude, that's like, whoa, it's like too much, right? It's too much cognitive dissonance. But these are just things we sort of have to have a more or less non-attached attitude about accepting. If we want to accept them in a way that we can actually use them, don't get, emotionally offended by the ground truths of the universe. Question them, inquire, study, but don't get like triggered, or try not to. So I'll just give a little summary here. Consciousness, i.e. the ability to observe, is simply built into universal matter. All waveforms perpetually observe the 3+1 dimensional causality in which they're ensconced. This is known as impersonal consciousness, and there exists no region which can be isolated as the origin of an instance of consciousness, let alone subjective consciousness, because it is intrinsic to universal matter. By definition, individuated instances require a starting point, but the cycle of consciousness is without beginning, uncaused, imminent, and ongoing. There can be no individuated instances of subjective consciousness because this implies an origin, which implies the existence of a region where non-consciousness exists, delineating the said origin. Since the observer effect operates everywhere, there are no regions of non-consciousness, and so it is impossible to localize qualia. Generally, what appear to be qualia reflect instances of waveform reduction for amplification, recognized as sufficiently distinguished from the background ego signal as to justify the generation of a record of such in the temporary memory, which is a form of amplification. And then I have some challenge questions for super passionate people if they're interested, but that's about it. And thanks everyone for listening. I really appreciate it. I know this was a little bit long, but I hope it was helpful. Did you have any comments, Doooovid? Sorry,
Go ahead,
Doovovid,
Howie.
Okay, go ahead, Howie. I can't hear Howie. Can you?
Wait, what's up?
Well, we were just asking what you thought of the presentation.
Actually, I thought it was pretty insightful.
Thanks.
I do like your reading voice.
Thanks. Doovovid, did you want to say something? I just need to get a drink. I'm a bit parched here from all the yakking. I don't know how you do it, Doovovid. Honestly, I'm so glad I have you as a streaming partner.
We have to work on monologuing in these different ways, saying, I was mentioning, I really enjoyed Jennifer's presentation. Expect to see more of those, and these are getting better and better, but still largely theoretical, and mostly you'd have to have a big interest in the subject to sit through it. It's a matter of expertise and someone who's looking for expertise on a niche issue, and it's why I'm looking at packaging these things and recommending Jennifer also get on board the science of expertise and how these discoveries could be demonstrated in any practical situation towards helping people develop expertise in terms of does your model make predictions? And yes, of course it does. And my model predicts that we'll be able to predict better paths towards expertise than the other competing models.
Yeah, it's an interesting idea. My problem is that I'm still stuck in the mindset of my old job where, like, we defined experts as people, like, the court defines experts in a particular way, which is anybody who knows more than the average Joe on the street, which is an extremely, as we all know, low standard. I would like to increase the standard to the point where expert means a person who is sought for guidance within a particular field. And it would be really interesting to look at what criteria we could use, especially since we're not subject matter experts in every field. So it's almost like, how would we get a generalized way? So you're saying you have to, in order for us to judge your expertise, you have to be able to express your expertise in the terms of a chunker or a series, a linear combination of chunkers, if you will. Hello?
Yeah,
Sorry.
I'm looking at all these MacBooks and almost ready to buy one. I'm just so like
Yeah, you could share your screen if you wanted to. You're already, like, I've got you pinned because you're the only one on camera, so I got you pinned. So if you show your screen, it'll show up for everyone, and we can have a look at them. But yeah, I was sort of trying to sell Doovid on the idea of getting a MacBook Pro. They're just really sturdy. I think I've had this one for probably, I don't know, a
Well, I'm looking
while.
around now, and it appears that I would have to get I put in the chat. I'll just open up from the Amazon the MacBook 16, and I gotta go back to the chat to find the link that I put, but I can't ever find it. So these were these articles I was looking at and which one you should buy and comparing them. But that it's likely that I would get the 16-inch MacBook Pro, and the problem is that they switch processors, and it's like a bad situation where really, if I'm going to get one, I should get this one, but because instead of using Intel, now they're using their own processors and they're fast, that I would you have to spend the extra $400 to get the Intel Core i9 chip, and there'd be 1 terabyte, 16 gigabytes of processing memory. It probably wouldn't be worth paying. Like, you could have it upgraded to as much as 64 gigabytes. So that's $2,400. Amazon Prime discount, $2,700 from $2,700 if you get it from Apple.
See, this is why I like PC, because you can actually build one that's better than that for about a quarter of the price.
Heresy. Just kidding. Doovid, how much are you looking to spend? Because it might be one of those things where the newest thing has kinks to work out and it's not worth getting it until like the second generation. So if you don't mind spending a little more, you could probably like get a secondhand Mac that works really well and then wait till these ones sort out all the bugs. I don't know. I haven't read the reviews for this new chip. It might be smooth and no problems at all, and it's worth the $2,000. But I know you can get a secondhand one for less than half the price, probably.
Well, that's why I also know is that am I going to have to spend hundreds of more dollars also to be able to stream? If I have an Office package, I'm not sure if I could already transfer that, or if I don't get anything, is just the MacBook all I need? And I could get the MacBook Pro 13-inch that doesn't have Intel processor, that has the new Apple processor, the latest model that's supposedly better. And so here with the 512 gigabytes $1,450. But that's only 8 gigabytes memory size as opposed to 16. So yeah, likely if I was gonna go for like streaming, I'm getting a setup so I'd be able to stream. If I'm gonna stream from a laptop, I probably should go with a MacBook Pro. If I'm gonna get a home system, I probably wouldn't go with a Mac. I would build out. But yeah, it looks like for $2,400, I would be able to have a 16 gigabyte memory, i9 processor, 4 USB ports, speaker quality. I think it has a camera. Let's see if the Mac, if it doesn't mention anything about the camera, but
Just for reference, I'm streaming from a 2013 13-inch Retina MacBook, not a MacBook Pro, running High Sierra on 4 gigs at 1600 megahertz and a 2.4 gigahertz processor. And I mean, you tell me how it is. It's not even a MacBook Pro. I do have a MacBook Pro also. Like I have several Mac computers, but yeah, the one it's actually streaming off of. And you do need 2. You need at least, like, you might have trouble getting, you won't be able to plug your microphone directly in. You can't stream from just one computer, I don't think, because the microphone / the way OBS has to take audio are mutually exclusive. So that might be a point to make. Like, I have.
Well, no, I mean, the only reason I'm getting the MacBook is to improve my streaming. Though that's the whole purpose of getting a MacBook, is to make streaming easier, better quality. So you're saying if it's more complicated than that, and you're saying you're telling me I can't even stream.
You can't stream from a single computer, I don't think, because
that doesn't make any sense.
You have to reroute your audio.
I mean, because OBS doesn't even work on my laptop because of audio issues like that. That's why I can't. That's why I don't use OBS, because there's interference issues with my laptop that made it not work as well, and it's known. And so that was, plus the quality issue that I'm largely maxing out the capacity of my laptop. I'm probably going to need a new laptop soon.
So just keep that laptop and use them both at the same time while you stream, which is what I'm doing. I think I sent you a picture the one time of my 2 laptops side.
You showed me, but it seems unnecessary, complicated that I would need.
It's not that complicated.
I could do that.
I did my highest quality videos with my laptop.
Well, I mean, the specs in terms of that, I mean, saying like, yeah, like I already have the money.
It was really good.
And like, yeah, I could buy if it's, looks like that's the right model, the MacBook 16, and that I should pay the extra $400 to get the 16 gigabytes instead of 8. That would have processing power to probably manage my streaming for a few years in terms of the quality and all the various things that internet speed, but my processing power of the computer would be good. So if there's issues with audios and I need 2 computers, like the laptop I have, the Dell, still works pretty well. There's issues, like I worry sometimes that my Dell could. There was a period I've had issues, and I largely fixed it myself. I haven't had issues, but there was a period I thought I might even have to immediately get one. I had some sort of critical error, but I was able to fix it, and then it hasn't came back. But even in terms of like overheating and slowdowns, like I'm at the point I'm about ready to get a new computer.
But aren't you on a Mac right now?
No, I'm on a Dell.
I thought you had I thought I saw a picture of a Mac that you had. So you don't own a Mac already?
I haven't. I haven't owned a Mac like ever. My family had a Macintosh, but no, I've never had a MacBook ever.
Okay,
I used a Mac. I think I could use, like, I'm not familiar with using a Mac, but the main reason I thought it'd be easier to stream from the MacBook, but I mean, for the $2,500, I could probably set up a home system comparable to the MacBook. But I figured if it's going to be about the same price range, that I'm probably better off with a portable MacBook than a home system.
You can just use your Dell to pipe the audio in, and then use your Mac for everything else.
Yeah, I hope you're incorrect, but if you're saying that's the only way to do it.
You could use your phone as well, but the quality will be worse. But the problems Claire has with her streams, how there's always that like sound in the background? That's because she's on a non-Mac computer streaming the way that you're alluding to with just one computer. Because there's always going to be some degree of interference between the speakers and the microphone.
See, my best videos were always made with my PC, which was a laptop.
Right,
It
but
was a
you're
laptop
you're
and-
using like the Microsoft movie editor on pre-existing video. We're talking about
Oh no, I
streaming.
was using OBS.
So what was your setup?
It was just the laptop, external mic. If I had any external video source, I would have that as well, and I would just use OBS, and it came out flawless and clean. It was the best stuff I've ever made.
Yeah, so maybe Howie's better to talk to. I mean, if you don't want to go the Mac route, I would understand because it is a bit, maybe it is a bit harder. I guess I just don't mind and using two systems.
Well,
I
I
already
mean,
have them.
I talked to Luke, or I haven't even talked to JF or Halsey or even Charles Moskowitz. I mean, so I mean, this is not a huge. I mean, if I thought I had the answer, like I might buy it right away and just figure like, yeah, I'll improve my streaming, and you know, I have the money set aside up to, you know, $2,500, definitely, maybe even more. Like I was looking even like $4,000 looking at it, but like, yeah, it's tough to know. Like, you know, JF had done that video a few years ago. There's not as many people streaming out there, and a lot of times people aren't as helpful about that, and especially like computers, because people make money off of that and will, you know, try to charge like $50, $100 an hour for helping you out with that information. So it you know, like people could be deceptive that you just have to pay, and you got to pay a large amount, and it's tough to know where to get information, or the people that do it for money are unlikely to you know, just give you good free help. So unfortunately, buying a computer remains a relatively difficult thing. You know, that like best practices of streaming, if we had a bunch of streamers that were producing good, successfully streams, and we could kind of exchange that information, you know, like that's what We Can Review is designed for.
I'm sorry, I have trouble understanding what Howie's setup was exactly. So you had OBS on a computer and a microphone hooked into the same computer. Is that right?
Yeah, it was a laptop. I
You
had
had a laptop.
the external mic. I had an external video source,
Okay. And how was it coming into the computer?
USB.
From?
You're saying it's HD. If you look on your YouTube channel, it's is it 720 or 1080 HD?
It was 1080p, and some of it was 60 FPS. But it was just the external camera was a USB camera. The external mic was a USB mic, but I could also, while I made use of those, I could also make use of the internal camera and mic. And I could also, just because of how powerful my computer was, I could have all of that running and have internal video sources as well. So I could actually run a lot of stuff all at once.
Were you ever screen sharing the internet on your stream?
Yeah.
And you didn't have any problem with that?
No.
Yeah, I want to get to possibly, you know, like a professional level, and you know, at that point you really just can't have downtime, sound issues, or and you know, it's an investment level. You know, people will be able to see relatively just looking at the stream, you know, how much you've invested into it. And even Jennifer, you know, like the time like We Can Review, she's got a nice formatted setup and graphics. You know, people could see that, but unfortunately, Jennifer's setup is only capable of giving 480, and you know, I mean,
think
it's still
that might
good.
be that I just don't have that fast of an internet speed.
Well,
That
that's
might
part
be-
of your setup, but so I mean, yeah, I mean, your computer is not likely to give you at least 720. But yeah, so it's something that it looks like I don't have enough answers tonight to make my decision, but um, yeah, it's something. It's conceivable I'll get one right away. It may not make that much of a difference to anyone who watches me. They may not even notice. But I think long term, like it will be a difference, and I might even keep. I might just use my Dell for my business, and then the Apple for all the media.
Yeah, I just personally prefer the Apple user experience. I don't know how much my whole system has cost because I had to buy my computer for my job. So kind of feel like my original one paid for itself and this other one is secondhand. So it was only maybe $500. So to me, it's totally worth it because I don't have to think about whether it's going to work. I just know it's going to meet a certain standard. But yeah, like you say, it's only able to do 480. I know my internet connection is wireless. Maybe if I plugged it in, but then I'd be like sitting on the floor of my bedroom. So need an extension cord to do to do a hard line. I'm not even sure that would make much difference, to be honest. I could
Well, these
try to.
things are important, and we're streaming, and it's differences like this will make the better, and that's why you need some sort of friendly environment where people could exchange this information. And if anyone knows, like, buying a computer is one of the most unfriendly things because usually it's like Revenge of the Nerds. The people who understand this stuff are going to be like, you were never nice to me, and now you need help getting your computer. You got to pay.
PCs are actually really easy to build.
No, I mean, they're not. I was saying that, like, I mean, maybe technically at some level, but like, no, I mean, saying building a PC is out of the ability level of 95% of people, probably even less. Like, I mean, it's conceivable, like, yeah, even like a 80 IQ person, if they were trained, could build their own PCs. But like, no, I mean, generally it's not recommended to build your own PC. Even like a streamer, say like, no, unless you built a PC before, you're not recommend any person building their own PC to stream.
There are actually websites devoted to helping.
Yeah, I mean, I know that, obviously. I'm saying, like, you could train yourself to do anything, but saying if you're already streaming, you're gonna trust yourself to build your own PC to stream, and you've never done it before. I'd say pretty unlikely. Although someone really wanted to do it, I wouldn't discourage them from doing it. But I mean, that's kind of like a technical. It's like, yeah, I mean, you could build your own car. Just in the Detroit News, they mentioned the GM Automotive engineer that had built 10 of his own cars by hand. Like, yeah, I mean, you could build your own car, but it's like, no, like, don't plan on building your own car. Don't plan on building your own computer.
Why do people always say it's so easy to build your own computer? It's like it's not.
It's really
Otherwise,
easy.
everyone would do it.
Well, I'm
Maybe
saying, I mean, if it's picking, it's like,
Well, no, it's just that people
don't
don't
think
know
it's 'cause
how
he's
to
talking
get
to a
into it. They
woman.
don't know how to get the knowledge to get into it.
so. It's not that easy then.
no, I mean, he's saying that,
No.
like, because he's talking to you as a woman. It's like, oh, it's like, I could teach you. I mean, really what he means is it's not so easy to do it, but he has mastered that skill. And what he means
No,
is so
it's
easy.
actually
It's
very
like,
easy.
I'll let you in on it.
It's actually very, very
It's a common way of speaking this.
There's-
Be like me saying, like, it's really easy to speak Hebrew. And like, yeah, to some extent it's pretty easy to speak Hebrew, but like, no, is that like, I don't expect anybody watching this week in review is likely to ever pick up Hebrew. Even though it's pretty easy to speak Hebrew.
It is pretty easy to speak Hebrew. Hebrew is a fun language to learn.
When it comes into the components of expertise, and we're talking about chunking, and yeah, it takes expertise to build a computer that's reliable, but you could break that into component chunks.
You only really need to know a couple of things.
Yeah, but you're saying chunking. That, I mean, basically, I mean, Howie doesn't have the formal structure to express his knowledge in that way. But I mean, basically, what Howie is saying is, like, it's a simple chunking process, and you could break it down into a few basic components. If you understand those components and do those successfully, you will be able to successfully build your own computer. And which is the nature of all expertise, is that, yeah, any form of expertise could be broken down into components in a way that if you master these components, you will develop expertise in this subject.
It's really about like 5 things, and it's really easy to learn. It doesn't take long to figure it out.
I mean, you're saying on scientific things that are just inaccurate, because like how easy things are to learn is a subjective thing, and like it's obviously untrue, because I mean that's like it's like
Well,
the public schools. We're going to go into urban Chicago and teach every single person in so to say the bad neighborhood to build their own computer because it's really really simple. And maybe there's a certain aspect to it, but like no, I mean like that's just the way people speak. That is really really simple, and to some extent it shows a defect in the person that they don't have a precise way to explain. Like, what do you mean it's really really simple? And you say, well, I don't know what I'm talking about. That's why I'm using imprecise ways of explaining something.
okay. So do you know what a CPU is? A computer processing unit?
Why don't you want to go through and
Oh my
explain
God.
how to build a computer, and then it's saying like you don't even know precise language. That like no, when he's saying if I wanted to learn how to build a computer, I'm going to take lessons from someone who knows at least the precise nomenclature to call it by, and so like no, I mean if you do know how to build a computer, good for you. If you have videos explaining it, good for you. I encourage you to do that. But like no, I'm not really interested in tutorial how to build a computer.
Okay,
He's
well
trying to
it
convince you
is.
using logic that maybe only 20% of people can use effectively that you're wrong.
Well, no, I'm just saying in the explanation. No, I'm saying he's wrong. I'm
No,
saying
I'm talking about
pointing
how he's trying to convince you that you're wrong, Doovid.
wrong about like. I'm not sure what he's trying, because I'm trying to buy a new computer. He's saying build your own. It's really easy. Let me show you how really easy it is. In terms like, is he really providing me useful information? Where he's saying, Doovid, I heard you have some money set aside and you're about to buy a computer, and my recommendation to you, like as a friend or someone who's has self-interest in the best outcome for you, is that you should build your own. But for whatever reason, the way he phrases that is to kind of keep on repeating the concept that it's really easy. But like the fact that he knows Doovid, to Doovid, it's like it just makes it sound weird. Like I was almost listening to Howie till he kept on saying it's really easy, because like to me that was a sign that he probably doesn't actually have expertise in this subject. So if I'm concerned about this, I'm better off just speaking to someone in the field of
And
Experience.
they're not very complicated to
I
memorize.
know a lot of people who build computers and say
Whenever
like
people
I've never
say
done it.
something
I
is
know
easy,
people in the business. I don't need a tutorial on it. I was
whenever
trying to
people say
make a
something
greater
is
point.
easy, what they're trying to say is that they can do it. They're trying to say it's easy for them. They're not trying to say it's easy in general. They're trying to say I figured
Well, I
it out.
say
Well,
I say like not only can I do it, but like I could teach a moron to do it. It's easy, and it means that if you brought a moron off the street, I would still be able to teach him how to do it because it's easy. And if that's not what you mean, then to me the person is purposely being deceptive. And
I
that's what
would
I
say
said about
that
computers
actually.
is unfriendly. Like Howie is saying it's really easy because he's going to try to screw me out of $100. And from my experience with computers, when someone says the expression, "Oh, it's really easy," the next thing you know, they're trying to screw you out of $100. So like that's already like a buzzword. And it's saying experience with computers is usually people who are trying to explain why you got to pay them. And so if it was the expression really, if Howie was like no Doovid, like you're in luck, I'm going to do you a favor, I understand this stuff, I'm going to help you out for free, that I understand. When something that I know is not very easy, Doovid is smart enough to know that building a computer is not very easy, and the guy is saying that it's very easy, to me it makes me feel suspicious. And it's saying with the nature of computers, that suspicion is usually this guy's going to try to con me out of money for making him think like he did me a favor when he really didn't do crap for me. But I mean the technical level is say like yeah it's very easy, and you're saying like that means that you could teach an idiot.
And I can.
And then, I mean, you don't demonstrate that you could teach an idiot by teaching Doovid. Like, if you could teach an idiot, then you would have you would have taught hundreds of them already.
Well, I haven't had to teach hundreds because
So you
most
probably
of them.
couldn't teach an idiot then. It's like if you could teach an idiot, you like Doovid coaches chess, and Doovid knows that you could teach an idiot to play chess. That a person could literally have a retarded level IQ and play chess. No, as a fact. And so you ask Doovid, how do you know that? It's because Doovid has taught many idiots how to play chess, and they all went on to be able to play chess. And so, if Howie is saying like, no, it's really easy to build a computer. I've taught like a ton of idiots. Like these guys were really idiots, but they built their own computer because it's that simple.
I just want to say something to
And
people
like,
in the
no, I don't
chat.
think that's what he's saying. I thought it was deceptive in general, but not like because Howie's a bad person. That's just generally how people speak, and it's usually related to some sort of motive where the person doesn't really mean what they're saying, and they're trying to gain some sort of negotiative advantage, which in computers is usually charging. Oh, and by the way, it costs $100 an hour.
Look, you guys are acting like it's so easy to assemble a computer. How many people use Linux? Why? Why do so few
Linux.
people use Linux? If Linux is so great and so clean, why do so few people use Linux? Because it's not easy. Neither is building your own computer. Okay. I could
Well,
say,
building-
yeah, yoga's
building
really
your own
easy, but then it
computer
would
is
kind of be
easy.
like a
Using
slap in
Linux
the
is not.
face. If I said that yoga was really easy, wouldn't it be kind of a slap in the face to all the people and all their challenges and things that they had? The fact is, you don't know how difficult it is for other people. You only know for your own experience, unless you have tons of experience teaching.
But see,
So the
is it
science of
really
expertise.
difficult to remember what 6 different names
Maybe for
mean?
you. We're not talking about you in particular. We're talking about people in general. It's a show about meta-analysis, God forbid. William
But
Thomas
Even if
Sherman
you
is
prove it,
asked,
even like a resume, like, yeah, I had a friend as a kid who had a computer business and he built hundreds of computers. And I have another friend that builds computers, and I still like. I'm not going to call him and ask him to build me a computer. Even I know this guy, and I know this guy's built hundreds of computers, and I still don't think like I'm probably just going to get a MacBook, then have this guy build a computer. So how he is giving his resume, and I know people that have no education, formal education, and build computers, in that extent, and would use expressions like how he does, like, oh, it's easy, but at the same time, they're also like, oh, it's magic, $100, and so if Howie is saying that, like, I would rather have a resume than just like this ambiguous, like to me, like the resume um, does more. And he's saying like, no, I've built hundreds of computers, like I know what I'm talking about. Um, that's a question of expertise, and then a real level of expertise of how he's claiming to have expertise. You say like, no, I could break this process down into components to such a level that even an idiot, if they went step by step and learned these components, would walk away mastering this process. And that's what me and Jennifer, I'm recommending. What I'm trying to do is move into the science of expertise, where that is what we're trying to do, where you can have advice to someone who does things, and through a general structural knowledge of what it takes to acquire expertise, that you could advise someone and they would become better at what they already do.
I just want to jump in if I was not going to answer right away and answer a question from, I think this is your friend, Doovid, William Thomas Sherman. And he's asking, what role do value judgments play in an assessment of consciousness? I don't talk about value judgments. Well, the way I described it was that everything we're doing on a very fundamental level is contrast detection. Okay. A value judgment is a type of contrast detection. It's just a very specific type, right? So value judgments is more general than moral judgments, but less general than contrast detection. That's your absolute most general approach. So the way we look at value judgments is that you're bouncing back from your primary archetypes through your reasoning faculties and trying to identify a pre-existing pattern so that you can amplify your self-image, because everything we do is ultimately motivated by a desire to amplify self-image. So that's your predictive model. So value judgments are all being made in order to keep the impression of a continuous consciousness intact, a simulation, if you will, a continuous hologram, what have you. And so most of the time, the way people work is that they have their biological axioms that make a decision for them and they do it. And then they later look back and try to rationalize why. That is what most people do. Well, why'd I do that? Must be because this. So it's could call it a type of self-pill pull where it's like, well, I couldn't possibly be that selfish. I must have had some, noble reason for what I just did, even though all evidence points to the contrary. We're quite good at deceiving ourselves this way. And we have to deceive ourselves to some extent because we need to create this impression of subjectivity, which is what keeps us alive. So that's hopefully a good enough answer.
Yeah, from the MTH perspective, value judgments are not necessary, or say they're mathematical. You could be like JF, where ethics and morals are postulates. So you could feed in the multiple truth hypothesis doesn't create ethics or morals. You could feed in any given system or method, ethics and moral, into the multiple truth hypothesis to make predictions. And it's possible that the multiple truth hypothesis could help in identifying a system of ethics or morals that produces a better result than another. Value is part of the multiple truth hypothesis because the purpose of the multiple truth hypothesis is to help assess value to situations where it's difficult to assess value. And usually that's going to be done in numerical form. In terms of a value assessment, will be assigning, like Jennifer says, a contrast, which will be a numerical value likely between 0 and 1, and that the number being between 0 and 1 in terms of its value is in contrast to other things, and that its numerical value is a contrast relation to other items that have a different numerical value. But at the same time, of a means, like value in terms of a goal and a process to reach the goal, and assessing a value in terms of how likely is the situation I'm in right now. Like, my goal is to make a sale and get someone to allow me to build a computer for them so I could, make my money, and do a service to humanity. And you're in the conversation and it's like, oh, it's so easy to build a computer. And, like whatever the assessment of the situation is, how likely is this interaction going to lead to the goal? And all of human perception works in that value estimation. As I mentioned, the papers we studied and talked last week about spatial motion, where there's a value assessment of the environment and the current action of the body, where the body makes instantaneous corrections and predictions in order that we could navigate space. And you could look at that as a value estimation, if that's what you're meaning in terms of value. Like, is the space in front of me empty or occupied? And that's a value. And from the scientific perspective, all value is going to be ascribed according to a similar scientific process of analyzing the possibilities. And like you mentioned, the algorithms of machine learning and feedback systems, that there would be some sort of process to test the various possibilities. And then from testing the various possibilities, that would help assign a value, and that would be considered at least a statistically factual value, because there was a process, various processes that could be gone through that will determine the best possible, so to say, value. And Gandalf or people like truth is not a percentage, but from that percentage, from that idea of the MTH, that yes, value is a probability, and MPH could help you predict that value. And then if you're talking about morals and ethics, that would be a system on top of an understanding of reality. So if you're talking morals and ethics, like, does your system of morals and ethics necessitate a certain understanding of the hard problem of consciousness, like free will or various things? So it's saying even the concept of applying a system of morals and values is very difficult, because most of morals and values have axioms in the material realm that are uncertain, like the concept of free will. If you have a system of free
Maybe
will,
uncertain is not the right word. Maybe the right word is tacit, as in they're there, but you can't put into words what they are. Because they've maybe never been put into words.
well, I'm using the word uncertain, but you call that also. But I'm purposely saying no, it's uncertain. We don't know what the truth is. We have a few possibilities or explanations, but objectively, anyone who's analyzed the issue would say it's extremely uncertain, our knowledge of the field, and so my bias is to use that word uncertain here. But whatever the case is, that questions like free will, even the borderline ridiculous questions like the machine in the vat, holographic universe, or these various things that have implications to moral and ethical principles, and therefore you need a method to connect these principles to other principles that necessitate them, and to estimate the uncertainty. So if you look like, well, how much uncertainty is there that the universe maybe doesn't exist? And if you looked at that and say, okay, whatever the estimation, the value of the possibility that we don't even exist, the material realm doesn't even exist, and then saying, well, what implications on my moral ethical systems would it have if the material realm doesn't even exist? And so, well, maybe none. Maybe my moral ethical system, it has no implications. And all these various philosophical understandings of how the material realm operates, that there's still a large amount of uncertainty in, that's the purpose of the multiple truth hypothesis, is to operate in uncertainty. So I think Thomas is looking for something that the multiple truth hypothesis is assuming that there's a problem that you're not going to solve, and therefore you need the MTH to approach this. And it appears to me that you're rejecting one thing, the problem that the MPH is trying to come to solve, where you think that there is some reasonable, rational approach to find like a one truth or morals and values. And so Doovid has already basically came to the conclusion that the answers you're looking for aren't there, and are actually based on a false assumption of what truth is, and what you're falsely assuming truth to be is just going to lead you on dead ends. And therefore I'm trying to provide an alternative useful framework. So that might be the disconnect, why you keep on asking about morals and values, and I keep on so to say, skirting the question, because saying that even to say your question doesn't even make sense in the first place, because there's so many axioms. Even to ask a question about morals and values, you have to base that on so many axioms that it's not the good first question to start with.
Did you want to comment? I mean, he's talking to you, Howie. So, did you want to jump in with an answer? Hello? Hello?
I'm gonna be honest, I kind of missed half of that.
I think
I
the
was
point
not.
is that it's not correct that it's easy to build your own computer.
I very much disagree. And
But that's the thing,
The
you're
thing
not
is,
entitled.
it's
The whole
relative.
point is that you're not entitled to disagree, because the only experience you can speak to is your own.
Well, I'm saying that from an expertise level, that expression would generally apply that someone doesn't have expertise, because easy is not a precision word. And so like, no, you're wrong, it's not easy. But like, no, I mean, like, it depends on what you define easy as. And just from the use of easy, like, okay, so do I want to listen to how he explained how to build computers? I'm guessing from the his expression of easy that there's probably better places I could seek that information from. That just because if he's not using technical terms in my assessment, when he says something easy that's not really a technical term, he's probably not going to explain how to build a computer in technical terms either. And it's why I always harping at Jennifer, and why I do all my hard work on my information in reading these papers and going through the academic loops, is like, you have to, if you want to know what you're talking about, you have to know the technical language.
I just want to hop in here to respond to what Sherman said here. It's not true that science has no faith in it. Any information positive statement requires axioms, and you have to put faith in axioms because you can't demonstrate axioms. And so every single statement is a statement of faith if it's information positive, because you're giving the benefit of the doubt that the axioms are correct. So science doesn't solve this problem. It actually makes it harder to establish what these biases are, because basically negating subjectivity and consciousness entirely.
Yeah, I mean, somewhat like you have to get beyond being a Mayavadi, and the tendency is to be a Mayavadi. Like, I know because I'm God. And even atheists, they don't realize that, you know, they're a Mayavadi. And basically what you're telling me is
Dogs
like, I have the,
feel that way too. Dogs feel
Yeah.
that way too. You know?
yeah, and like how we kind of like, it's easy. It's kind of like the Mayavadi is like, I will explain how to build a computer because I'm God. And like, that's not, to some extent, like psychologically, like, yes, that is what Thomas and Howie are both thinking. It's like, I have the answer to your question because I am God. And you know, that's the Mayavadi tendency of all people. And from Jennifer, you know, like to not have a lingo, like to call something like a Mayavadi, basically, you know, putting it in technical terminology of axioms, is that what you're saying doesn't really follow logically because you haven't established axioms. So I can't really interpret or deal with what you're saying because you haven't properly established axioms. You might be able to make a bunch of points,
Well,
logic behind them or reason, or that are useful, but to take as a whole your system, you're saying like you don't actually have a system because the system has to be based on axioms and conclusions that logically follow from those axioms.
would you agree that simplicity applies here?
Well, that's Occam's razor, and saying of you say, yes, simplicity is generally a rule where the less rules, the better. The more simple, the more likely it is to be considered closer to truth or accurate representation.
Okay, so explaining how to build a computer takes less time than you have spent trying to explain why you
Yeah,
don't
but
want
Howie,
to
that
use-
doesn't mean that he's gonna be able to get along with and use the computer and go ahead and actually use the computer as intended, right? That's like saying,
No, I'm
go look
saying
on
that
4chan.
means-
I told
that
you what the
means
address
guiding
was. How
from-
come you couldn't get any traction on your
I'm
post? It's
rejecting
like,
Howie's expertise, even that I'm interested in him explaining how to build a computer, and saying like that Howie did not inspire confidence in me that he knows how to build a computer, that I'm even interested in his attempted explanation of how easy it is. And that's the point. Like, no, I'm sorry. You did not inspire confidence in me that you actually understand how to build a computer, that makes it even interesting for me to listen to your little explanation of why you think it's so easy to build one.
Well, an explanation using precise technical terminology within computer science, within the field of computer science, would actually take less time than you have spent explaining why you don't want to hear it from me.
yeah, now
And
you're just prolonging it. It's much more
I
efficient
mean,
to
now
just demonstrate your
you're
point than
saying
to go on
nonsense.
this silly diatribe here.
I mean, the likeliness is Doovid knows more about building a computer than Howie. Doovid, you know, has tens of credit hour courses in computer science. Doovid has multiple friends that have built computers, and that's how he's coming forward and saying, like, no, Doovid, like, I've actually built a shitload of computers. Like, I know what I'm talking about. Doovid is assuming that I know more about building a computer than you do, and you've not done anything besides your insistence of how easy it is and your willingness to explain something to me to inspire confidence that is even worth my time listening to you explain how easy something is. And you're continuing about, you know, putting the burden back on me, like I did something wrong, as opposed to you explaining why
So
anyone
my
should bother
confidence
listening
does
to
not
you.
instill confidence in you.
No, I have no confidence that you know what you're talking about in terms of building a computer. I'm sorry, I'm skeptical, and you haven't said anything
And you
to
won't allow
justify
me
why
to
you should have
demonstrate that
confidence.
knowledge. And so
I don't
I
want to
think
demonstrate. I want a resume, and it's saying that it would be easier for you, you know, to tell me I've successfully built so many computers that
Well,
like you test me, ask me any question, I'll give you the answer.
I've
And so
personally
to me,
built 3
that's
computers,
so you're telling me you built
and I've repaired dozens.
and you repaired dozens.
Yeah.
You want me to get in some sort of like guessing game of like, you know, ask me a question. It's like, no, that's information. How he's built 3 computers and repaired dozens. And Doooovid is saying that, no, like, I'm going to seek expertise from someone better than you. Like, I appreciate your insight or your input, but like, no, like, I don't think it's worth my time to listen to how he explained to me how to build a computer. Like, I'm sorry that, I mean, God bless you. I hope you do know how to build a computer. Like, if anyone's paying how do you build a computer and you do it successfully, don't let Doooovid interfere with you giving your business to Howie just because Doooovid does not want to spend his time listening to Howie explain to him how he builds a computer. And my goal was I would have bought a computer tonight, and now we're still like off the topic. And he's saying, is Howie explaining how easy it is to build a computer, helping Doooovid, buy his computer so I could stream? Or are you just like veering the subject for, because like, okay, like, that's the nature of mechanical nature is like, well, I'm here and I want to talk about what I want to talk about. And like, well, of course, like all people want to talk about what they want to talk about.
Yeah, it's not about building a computer. It's about establishing validity of arguments and in what order should we address arguments. We need to kind of get on the same page, and axioms is the only place to start if we want to end up
It's
on
human
the same
interaction.
page.
It's chunking. I mean, really, this conversation is a
Well,
proof of chunking. It's a
well,
mechanical
chunking
nature
and
now,
axiom.
where it's like you talk for a long time, Jennifer talked for a long time. Now I'm going to talk for a long time, and I'm going to talk about a long time to a chunk that I already have in my head that's in most relationship to what I think you guys talked about. And, that seems fair enough. So I'm saying like this is really what I mentioned before when I mechanical nature and chunking, and there's some. It's like, no, this is Doooovid and Jennifer show. We'll talk about anything however long we want, and maybe we will not extend the same courtesy to you, but in the same extent, there's a natural, like I listen to you, now you listen to me, and okay, what should we listen to you talk about? And so you're thinking, well, what useful thing could you know? So like you're so now Howie's going to explain how to build a computer, and then Doovid's like, that's not what we can reviews about. But that is the nature of association and interaction and chunking and mechanical nature.
Howie, it would be nice if you could participate in the conversation as it's flowing, so it's not these long. It kind of feels like you're distracted and not really paying attention. And I know it's easy to think that one is smart and one can multitask, but one cannot, at least not maintaining any type of coherence to the conversation.
It might to some level, and saying that there's a level of activity and effort, and then like utility and value, and value addedness, and recognizing, and
Well,
and there's
Howie's
also
very
just
young.
interaction.
Howie's very young. He's still in a completely egocentric perspective. He's just coming on wanting to blab.
Well, I mean, it's the trouble with
That's
human
about it.
interaction in general. It's not like picking on Howie and saying this is indicative of even me and Jennifer and of all people in the problems of human interaction that I mentioned in general, where I said expertise, the science of expertise, where in many fields it is well understood the limits of human potential and the skill levels and stages of the various people up to the people who maximize what is known to be the limits of human potential. Like if it's playing chess, where you have like your bell curve and your distribution, if it's an understanding of physics or a concept, these curriculums are relatively well broken down and understood, what the maximum of human attainment on these is, and also a collective level for people who've understood the maximum amount of human level, the combination of human forces, that if these people who, the maximum people who've maximized their human potential, combined forces, what type of output that would beget versus the power of the computer. And obviously, in the search for truth today, the computer is much more useful than even the most skilled human. And the most skilled human interacts with the computer to extend, because the person who's maximized the human potential generally knows best what is beyond their potential and how the computer could benefit that. So it's like AlphaFold or something like that. You have to be pretty smart to even know what the protein folding problem is, let alone to know that you're not going to solve it, but maybe you would be able to program a computer to do it.
What's the benefit of having this conversation with a person instead of a highly tuned automaton bot? But yeah, I
Well,
mean,
it comes down to silence. It's like COVID-19, saying like
it's
most
just like
conversations, there is no purpose. Like social distancing, most people can't do social distancing wearing a mask. Most people on an objective level, like 90+%, probably even higher than 99% of the words that leave people's mouths are completely unnecessary and bestow basically no benefit to the person whose mouths the words left or to the people who heard those words. And say, okay, we're social beings. So it's saying like, it's saying, are we better off in silence or just saying meaningless stuff? So your average person, okay, it might be meaningless, but we're social beings.
yeah.
But from the objective level of providing value to another person, the recognition is that words is generally an inefficient way of doing that, and even speaking in conversation and the other things in communication theory or ideas that it's going to come back to the chunking and the complexity of these ideas. Like, yeah, it's really easy. Once you've chunked all these things together, you'll be able to do it.
No, it's simple, but it's not easy because we overcomplicate things. So what's easy for us is to overcomplicate things. What's hard is to simplify them. So I guess sorry to pick on you so much, Howie, but really it's important to drive this point home is that just because something requires a small number of steps does not mean that it's easy to do. In fact, the simpler the process, the harder it is to learn. This is why you need a guru in the eternal tradition. You cannot enlighten yourself because it's just that hard. Like it's like you like landing on a dime with a 747. That's your probability of self-enlightening. So it is actually an important point. I just hope people actually see the point. Like, this is not about egotistical dick swinging, as some people in the chat would like to assert. It's about how do we go forward in conversations such that they are productive. And in order to do that, we must be describing the same object of reference. And if we don't converge on axioms, there's no way to guarantee that this will happen. And how
my Starbucks story.
Still stuck on his idea, like how he's still stuck at such a low level of egotistical cognition that he can't even understand what we're saying because he's still heptupling down on his original idea that it's easy to assemble a computer, even though it's been established by Doooovid and I that neither of us, through our own experience, would ever accept such a position as true on a statistical basis, though we may accept it as true on a personal basis independently for ourselves. We're speaking in generalities here, that this is not something that's easy, and the evidence for that is the statistical propensity for it to happen. But more likely, breathing's easy because everyone does it, right? So there you go. How many people build their own computers? And this is another point, like how many Steve Wozniaks are there? Yeah, it's really easy to use a Mac, but is it easy to build one? Obviously not, because only one guy did anything. Like he, built the archetype of modern computers, right? One person. So was that easy? No, but is it a simple thing? Yeah, sure. The interface protocol is way simpler because it was microprocessor facing rather than language facing. You clip away a bunch of extra crap in terms of computation because you're starting with the computer itself. Yeah, so Howie says it's easy to do breathing techniques, but not everyone uses them. That's why it's not easy to do breathing techniques. It's easy to breathe, but to do controlled breathing is very hard. And that's why it's not the first, second, third, or fourth limb of yoga, because it's very hard. Even though the set of steps to explain to you how to do it might be short, that doesn't make it easy. So I was willing to indulge this line of inquiry for that reason. So I'm glad people heard me out. And hopefully we can get past this whole, we really just need to get past differences. It's like, we're not necessarily going to agree on axioms, but can we agree about these axioms what they mean without committing to agreeing with the interpretations, just to what they mean, hypothetically, which is why I think Doovid is so gung-ho on the MTH, because that's sort of the springboard to entertain ideas without agreeing with them, maybe.
Well, I was saying we're not going to agree. Like MTH comes from a thorough conviction that we're not going to agree. We're more likely to kill each other than agree. And it's saying like years, like I recognize that, and I've largely internalized that, and that's why MTH comes down to that, because my conviction that we're not going to agree and one system is not going to win out. But I think Howie is generally on the right track of his thinking process and even developing it. Good for Howie. He's built computers. I hope he builds many more. And he probably does have some reasonable understanding where he could lay out a simple process. And I did my stream with Judas, and there was a guy Eliezer that maybe was in some sort of bad situation, and I was trying to teach him the basics of meditation and becoming self-aware. And to some extent, I explained it in less than 2 minutes, just like speed reading. I could explain the fundamentals of speed reading, basically all the major information that a person knows in 2 minutes. And it's basically just the concept of chunking and how a person went through a chunking process in order, that I've mentioned 100 times, like to put letters into words, and that they could continue this chunking process into phrases, lines, and paragraphs. And that's basically it. But if you ask me, how long will it take you to become self-aware? How long will it take me to be able to speed read? You might tell you years. So if Howie took a test and said right now he is currently reading at 300 words per minute, and Doovid told them the basics of speed reading in just 2 minutes, could also estimate that it might take you even as much as 2 years to get up to 600 words a minute. And if you kept on working, maybe in 5 years, you would be doing 1,000 words a minute. Even though I could explain the simple process in 2 minutes. So like becoming self-aware. And then what does it mean? So breathing is something that's a lot more quantifiable. So if you said like, okay, like I'm going to teach you some breathing exercises, and here's what you could expect. I'll give you some simple exercises. And the reality is that you could be a master in breathing techniques if you really just work with these things, and I could describe in a few minutes over a period of years. And then you could give a person a few signposts that they'll notice. So if you say, breathing in rhythm, breathing a certain number of times per minute in rhythm. And he's saying, like, what do you mean? He's like, I want you to inhale and exhale exactly, this many seconds in a rhythm pattern into your average, but that would be impossible. Like, I can't do that. But with certain practice in self-awareness, people, like yoga in terms of like heartbeat, can you bring your pulse down to, I met Satguru, and he came to University of Michigan, and Satguru at his speech in University of Michigan claimed that his pulse was in the 30s as he was giving the speech. And from a yoga perspective and from a Satguru perspective, let's say he's the most famous hatha yoga breathing technique instructors in the world, that Sat Yoga would, say in a simple technique that he could explain in a seminar, would also tell you practices that a lot of things that people will probably never be able to accomplish ever in their life. But should they follow this simple steps to its natural conclusion, that even these phenomenon like, slowing your pulse down to 30 beats a minute or something like that would become possible. So that's the level of expertise. Like, I know how to do this stuff. I know exactly how good at it I am. If it's like, breathing techniques, I know I've done meditation, I've done hatha yoga. I understand breathing techniques, and I understand relatively how to assess how good I am at it, and what it would take for me to become better at it. And that you could meet a new person, and through your level of expertise, assess their current level, what they're doing, to improve it if they are, and how that's likely to improve over time, and set the person a path of this simple process and an estimation of the type improvements that they should see. And that's, what we're really calling the science of expertise.
How is shit talking you in the chat?
Well, it's his mechanical nature. I'm
He
saying
said you
how
have psychosis, and I said that it's a demonstration. He's giving a
I mean, he might be
demonstration.
right, but I'm saying like
Cognitive
Howie is just, so to say, it's mechanical nature, so he's just revealing his chunks,
He's revealing that
which is really all you could do.
what you said caused cognitive dissonance for him. Because by saying that computers are easy, he was trying to assert his self-image, and you shot that down and caused cognitive dissonance. So the demon of cognitive dissonance came out, and he said you have psychosis, which I think is really cruel. So the argument is so scary for Howie that he'd rather call Doovid crazy than entertain it.
No, I mean, because Howie is basically using a social technique, and generally Doovid rejects that social technique, and I saw it like when it's easy, and so I said like no, that's this like don't use a social technique on Week in Review. We're talking about ideas, and Howie himself may not even realize that his expression is likely, like the dude is correct, that he is using a technique, so to say, and the technique has a goal of achieving socially something for him, and that's, calling cognitive dissonance, and Duvid saying it's not the right, like there is nothing that you're going to demonstrate here in Week in Review, like, let's just advance ideas. And even though this is how you regularly interact, saying that the purpose of Week in Review is beyond that, and it's a meta-analysis, and it takes a person stepping out of how they normally interact to do a meta-analysis on it. And so if a person, like a best behavior or like a sales pitch, and saying like, no, like when I do computers, I'm a salesman. So I get into the sales mode and saying like this Week in Review, like you're not going to be making any sales. Let's talk about it from an intellectual level. But that's the chunking mechanical nature, is like like chess or something. Like Doovid intellectually might be able to talk about chess on a level to match the conversation, but if it's chunked in a level, like I'm just a chess player, I don't really know how to talk about it. But if it comes up now that I'm talking about my subject, they'll fall into mechanical nature, and it'll be a disconnect where people are talking past each other. The conversation ended, and now it's like I said, it's like just handing the guy the joint, handing him the microphone, where it's not really a point of continuing a learning experience conversation. It's the point, like, you got your chance to say what you had to say, now I get my chance to say what I have to say, which is just human nature. It's not like a bad thing. That's the natural tendency of all conversations, with probably some aspect of fairness, that Howie's just saying like, I demand certain level of fairness, and now I get to talk, I get to explain what I want to explain.
It would be nice if Howie was actually participating in the conversation, because
He might add all he had and saying, I mean, I don't mind Howie, but I'm saying like, I mean, he's doing some research. And I mean to like, I'm like a meanie, because I don't want to let him explain how to build a computer on Week in Review, because I think like he's got a in the development of expertise also. I think that's part of the issue for even Howie, is going to think like Howie's not the type to just say, David, please help me develop expertise. And to look at this, that's not like that's not a typical interaction nature. That's like even the guru process, to some level the guru process is natural, but the westernizing process, the impersonalism, makes it that it's difficult to learn from people. It's difficult to exchange information, and just like Mr. Sherman here, he keeps on like value, like like he wants to like value. He wants to have his, what
he
I
went
would say,
into, oh my god,
conclusions or
he
axioms.
also went into cognitive dissonance. He started love posting, which is immediate cognitive dissonance. If someone starts spouting moral imperatives, usually a sign of cognitive dissonance. I guess it's cognitive dissonance day. Some people in the chat are really upset. It's like, dude, you're
Because
not in
I'm
a
trying to
position
talk
to
about
judge me.
processes. People are coming here to promote their conclusions, and like Week in Review is not about promoting your conclusions. If you can't start your conclusions from its axioms, you're not going to get anywhere on Week in Review. All the people on Week in Review is just saying like, conclusion, yay!
Yeah, exactly. People can't meta-analyze. Like, there's no joy in metacognition. I mean, I think that's why I really wanted to do this show with you, because you actually seem to value metacognition.
Well, it's funny. Richard Spencer always calls his show about meta-analysis, and even Gandalf High IQ has limited meta-analytical ability, or at least um, has only displayed limited meta-analytical ability. And for people to say, I want to learn meta-analysis, and that's why I say, like, no, you don't want to learn meta-analysis. But say, like, so Doovid is saying me and Jennifer should pitch it and say, I want to be an expert, and saying, I want you to help me become an expert at what I, not what they don't want. They don't want my help with becoming an expert at what I want them to be an expert at. They want my help in becoming an expert at what they want to become an expert at. And that, I think, would make more sense to people. And then you have to, like, credibility, where it's like, okay, like, like, does Howie know, is building a computer that easy that Howie's going to be able to walk it through me? And it's, I'm more interested not in him demonstrating how easy it is to explain to build a computer, but for him to establish credibility outside of actually me having to sit through and him explain how to build a computer and me assessing if whether that's easy or not. And from that level, that he wanted me to listen to his explanation to how to build a computer and see if easy or not, but that wasn't what I was looking for. And so there has to be, it's complicated to communicate. Most people don't realize that they're really poor communicating, just like social distancing. When Doovid says 99 out of 100 Americans are literally incapable in demonstrating the amount of impulse control to social distance, I'm saying that factually, as my estimate of human capacity and the current state of reality, that literally the vast majority of people have nowhere near the impulse control to socially distance, let alone to have a beneficial conversation. And that's why God is punishing us with coronavirus. It's saying, like, you're saying, like, yes, wear masks, keep the hell away from each other, because when you do get near each other and talk, it is so unproductive that it's better off you wear a mask and stay the hell away from each other.
Again, Howie, when Doovid stops talking, it would be nice if you could just jump in. It's like the professional thing to do, because it kind of seems like you guys are having a bit of a discussion right now. So,
That's when he's saying in the chat and saying even Howie, like, what's his role on Week in Review, and saying, like, now I'm encouraging Howie, like, I want him to have a better life and improve. And Week in Review is good for short segments where people come in and give their updates on what they're doing, and we advise them a little bit on how to develop expertise and what they're trying to, and then they check back with us in a few weeks. And that's really, like, all Week in Review is good for. So at this point, like, Howie's already done that, and so you come on and give his commentary on various things, but then it's like, this Week in Review with Doovid, and like, Doovid's not that interested in listening to Howie pontificate, even though from a fairness perspective, it's like, well, Doovid got to pontificate, so should I. But no, I'm saying that's why it's good to be your own boss. That's why it's good to have your own show. And even the developing expertise, saying, like, Jennifer, hopefully within a few months, or even will be a big enough streamer that Week in Review hopefully will still be useful to her, and she'll continue with it, but her streaming and networking will expand it, that like, she will be successful enough in streaming that she doesn't need Week in Review, and hopefully we'll still do Week in Review, and it'll be beneficial because we're doing something more and greater than that as we further our connections and have more and more people with expertise and accomplishments, that Week in Review will be more and more important.
it doesn't really seem to be the way things are progressing. I mean, even if I get bigger, which I don't know if that's going to happen, but I still want to keep doing this show. It's so important to have something regular, a regular sadhana. People can't see the value of sadhana without it being demonstrated, right? And so I noticed a lot of people in the chat just want to say a lot of things, but what we're asking you to do is to interrogate what assumptions are enabling you to say the things that you're saying, and to interrogate those assumptions, not to discard them, but not to be fully identified with them either, because that blinds you to other possibilities. And what likelihood is it that your axioms are correct? like I said earlier, most people don't actually abide by principle. They merely pay lip service to principle and then retroactively justify their actions. It takes a lot of work, as Doovid said, to transcend this impulse. You have to start by saying, well, what are my axioms? What am I assuming is true, and what am I not really ready to question anytime soon? And that's something you need to have a conversation with yourself about. I mean, we can give you ideas, but you have to go inwards and say, well, is this karmic axiom reasonable? Is this approach reasonable? Is this whatever chunker reasonable? But we want to have a conversation about reasonability before jumping to conclusions and just snapping and saying these one liners that's like you start talking about love. Why? Because what I'm saying is causing you cognitive dissonance on some level where you're thinking, is love real? Well, sure, something is real, but love is sort of intangible in a way. So what I mean by it's intangible in the same sense that God is intangible. It's like when I say God, I know what I mean, but there's absolutely no reasonable reason to assume that anybody else means the same thing when they invoke that word. So really, the way that I look at it is it's statistical. Like the fact that somebody says the word love 80 times in a week, that says something about them as a person, not about whether love itself is well defined. Of course, you can define love within the parameterization of quantum mind. It's just a pleasurable attraction. You can just give it a very generalized definition, but then you want deeper meaning. It's like, well, you've got to commit to an axiom, and then I can tell you what that axiom implies, but it's got to come from you because I'm not some mind controller trying to like insert a seed that's going to subvert your whole thought process. If you were me, you wouldn't want to do that. The only reason you think I'm going to do something nefarious is your own projection. And that's the power of these techniques, is getting past. I mean, that's the biggest obstacle, is your own projection, your own presumption that other people see things the same way you do. This is a survival strategy. It's there in everybody. Denying it amplifies it. Just like in our, remember the spherical coordinate system, the rendering of the house, how when you tried to pull away from something, it got bigger and bigger and bigger and was rendered upside down? Denying things causes confusion, and it causes an increase of the eigenstate associated with the thing that you're denying.
Yeah, awesome. And I think making like the Gurdjieff, I said, in the nature of mechanical nature, where the recognition that most people, in terms of like free will or boundary that we were talking, are almost always in mechanical nature. And if you want to question what free will means, is that or what free choice or how often people exercise it, and saying actually relatively infrequently, that the majority of time people are acting in a mechanical way. And in terms of communication barrier or like a value of chunking or expertise theory, we're saying that you presumably, if there's an end goal and there's processes people are using to achieve that end goal, that there's some processes that are superior to others, like like a machine learning or metacognitive process, that there's some processes that achieve better results than others. And the communication barrier of handing useful information to another person, whereas most people are in mechanical nature, most people never actually break the communication barrier. And even in the conversations with the people who have conversations with, the vast majority of those conversations are largely mechanical and not really what's even communications in a real sense. And for a person to intellectually understand the current state of that, and to understand the limited, if there is such a thing as free will, that is extremely limited, and even on a personal nature of my own introspection in the awareness that I know that I'm majority mechanical, that the majority of my daily basis is largely mechanical, where I'm just acting in a pre-wrote way of you have to answer the hard problem of consciousness to explain how these processes work, what it means to be in mechanical nature. And that's why me and Jennifer are working so hard on the most important question, the hard problem of consciousness, and then even looking at why are we talking to each other, what are we trying to get out of it. And and saying like, no, there is hierarchies of information. There are processes that are more productive than others. Multiple truth hypothesis is not relativism that says all processes are equal. It's like, no, not all processes are equal. If you're going to say true or not, true is a different thing than equal. But processes can be ranked and ordered because they produce results and they're largely quantifiable. And to some extent, that we can review, saying like communication theory, communication, the success of communication could somewhat be quantified. It's like Doovid needs information about streaming in a new computer, and I'm largely, even with the help of Jennifer and Howie, not satisfied with the information. I need more information. And although Jennifer and Howie were able to provide some information, they were not able to provide me enough information to make a decision of buying a computer. And it could be with that lack of information, I'll go forward with a decision or seek more information in different places. But in terms of like problem solving and the communication as a form of problem solving as opposed just talking to talk, and not the social being, the problems that man is social, and so communication is just solving the problem of man's need to be social without actually helping reaching an end goal. And at least we're trying to help explain these processes, and like I've been harboring on this stream is, I think me and Jennifer will probably develop more success as some form of expertise training than finding people that are legitimately interested in trying to understand our ideas, because there's that nature of bias and self-interest, and that your average person, or close to zero people, not even just your average person, but unfortunately it's going to be close to no one, is really just going to be interested to understand what Doovid or Jennifer's theory is. However, your average person is interested in their own self-benefit and will learn something from other people if it improves their own life. And that's what talking about the repackaging of week in review and these theories to a demonstratable measurement of helping people, even like how we develop expertise. And even if it was a little bit unpleasant or unfriendly, and you get these messages how we like you treated me so disrespectful and nice, that actually like I am helping him develop expertise.
This is tough love. I mean, I've known Doovid
But
for
it's
a
not even tough
while.
love. It's like if this is
Yeah,
tough love,
I
like,
mean, how is this not tough love?
what I'm saying, it's not even tough love. It's just saying,
Like,
just
I
saying
mean, I
like,
think it is.
no, I'm saying like tough love like is beatings. Like tough love is, I'm not saying like I'm not interested in hearing you explain. Like I'm not interested in handing you the platform. Like that's like tough love is like a beating. Tough love is something punitive. Tough love isn't like giving not handing the opportunity to someone that they wanted. I mean, maybe it's a form of tough love, but
Doovid, causing people cognitive dissonance hurts more than beating them to a pulp. I'll tell you, most people
I'm
would
not saying
take
it's
the
not
beating
punitive.
over
I'm
the
saying
cognitive
tough love in
dissonance.
terms of failure to allow a person to do what they wanted is different from taking away something that they already had. And saying like how we
Beating
didn't owe, how we didn't have it owed to him to allow him to explain to us how
slapping
to build
somebody
a computer.
down is less harmful than speaking sometimes and causing cognitive dissonance. Cognitive dissonance sucks. I mean, do you remember the last time you got hard cognitive dissonance?
Um,
I'm sort of searching my memory banks. And I'm thinking, when did I get really bad cognitive dissonance? It's been a while.
yeah, I see streaming a big audience or information or stuff I didn't know that it could happen somewhat regularly, but that would change my life aspect. Probably like not my conversion to Hinduism over like a few years. Probably that that my cognitive dissonance was resolved by taking in Hinduism into my life. But whatever was shown to me by these Hindus that caused me this dissonance, that I had to resolve the dissonance by incorporating Hinduism.
Oh, there you go. So the last time you got massive cognitive dissonance, you became a Hindu. So there you go. But I mean, a lot of people who aren't Hindus, they would think maybe they think of the idea of becoming a Hindu as a horrifying concept. And it's like, yeah, that's way more horrifying than getting slapped in the face a few times. Not that I'm endorsing this.
No, I'm rejecting your. Like, I mean, you could call that a certain aspect, but like, no, I mean, tough love usually implies something that actually brings harm to the person that has a long-term benefit. Like tough love is like, I'm going to let you go to
Causing
prison.
cognitive dissonance, who's been made cognitively dissonant because he's angry posting in the chat. You can profile cognitive dissonance.
But
Howie
that was
obviously
the
has
state beforehand, anyways. That wasn't like he wasn't in that state, and I caused him to.
way in.
I don't think I did. I think that's his natural state, and he's in it.
I'm sure I cause people cognitive dissonance all the time, and it doesn't bring me any joy to know that I'm causing people temporary pain. But that's why I save my words and only speak when statistically the probability of lowering the suffering is greater than heightening it.
When you put into in terms of expertise, and you're saying form of dissonance, can they change their process to something better?
So much you have a benign intention, the cognitive dissonance that gets caused in the process of it. It's easy to sort of sit back and be like, is this even worth it? Like, look how many people are incensed in the chat. And I know through experience that, of course, it's worth it to incense people, because even if they end up hating me in the long run, maybe that's a plus.
In terms of the fruit of attachment to the deed or accomplishment, the feeling of accomplishment is and will factually turn out good or bad results. That's beyond my dormant. Well, it's a metaphysical level whether a person's actions are responsible for the results or whether they cause the results. But certainly to not be attached to the result is almost like a prerequisite. In a sense, you say you could try your best and I failed. Is different than like, okay, I didn't try my best. In fact, I tried my worst and succeeded. And that succeeded for a reason that wasn't good, or that you did everything right and failed for reasons that are beyond your understanding. The principle, like, as a believer, like me and Luke Ford, like, Maimonides, you're required to believe that the righteous get rewarded and the wicked get punished, although it could be difficult to see, and you interpret situations that of my eyes are telling me that it doesn't appear that
Assume it was the
multiple truth hypothesis could even be absurd because they don't recognize the need for it. And it's saying you have to first recognize something like to necessitate.
easy. Do we want to go on to another subject?
I guess we could wrap it up. I think I covered everything. I'm going to be doing a lot more research. I might have a video this week with this Hare Krishna devotee. He might even know Brutus in real life. I would ask him if I didn't ask him, but he's in Europe now, and he's got the alternative approach to serving Krishna, and he wrote a book, Divine or Demonic, and it's about subversion of systems from the inside. And he's got an alternative approach to understanding the history of Christianity also. So I think that's going to be this week. I might keep on putting out streams on multiple truth hypothesis and these chess and consciousness studies, just to put some information out there, develop the proper lexicon, and my own chunking, hopefully useful to people. But beyond that, not much happening. It's the holiday, Christmas this week, but COVID-19 or whatever, nothing's really happening. It's getting cold. There's snow on the ground here. We did some shoveling this week, although it's now over snowing. But yeah, I guess that's it. You got anything coming up this week?
I don't have anything planned at the moment. When is the? I think we're going on Lowell's show, right? And that's going to be airing sometime in the future. It seemed like it wasn't going to happen for a while.
I think even said like February, and I'm not sure if you booked a date, but yeah, I'm not sure if he constantly has like a show every Monday and Wednesday, or if he's taking like a few month break and restarting up. It's possible that Lowell is trying to just like book something for every Monday, Wednesday, like ad infinitum, or it's possible that like his speaker series is winding down and there's going to be another few months he's going to pick it up. I wasn't sure, but it didn't matter to me. I mean, I don't know if he actually set a date and a topic. My schedule is like barring like the end of the COVID-19 lockdown, which I'm not predicting anytime soon. My schedule's pretty open.
Right on. Are you planning on doing any streams this week? We
Well, I
could do
told him
one
that-
on eigenvectors. I thought that might be fun.
Well, I might read a paper or something, but I mean, if I'm going to produce material to teach someone, and I'm doing streams for a different reason, which is more to cover the current state of knowledge on these fields. So, like I showed you that one, I read part of the one paper, and then maybe I'll read over the paper that it quoted that had a further detail on eigenvectors. But I don't think I'm going to do that this week. I have some more introductory stuff, and I have a lot of material to read over, and like it's tough to break the communication barrier, and so just reading these papers, and to will I ever talk to these people or the other people who understand these things, form, is there some power that will bring together and combine our minds, or is it largely just an exercise I'm going through for myself, and maybe a few people will gain from book on tape and me reading some of these papers. So I know the daunting task ahead of me for advancing the multiple truth hypothesis, and it requires thousands and thousands more hours of work. And saying I have relatively well charted out the path, and so I might I'm going to try to do a stream and read a few more papers this week. Probably not the eigenvectors. I think the mathematics of explaining these things are going to have to come more some conceptual stuff, and I still want to go back to the physics because I have more papers on holographic universe and the multiple universe, and we'll see. Like now, it's been almost a few months. Like a few months ago, I was talking about cognitive dissonance theory in the multiple universe, and I haven't really talked about the multiple universe for over a month. And I've been talking about more cognitive processes, and so I'm going to go back to the physics, and the second round is going to be much more mathematical, where just the first time I was kind of conceptually going over ideas and I showed cognitive, and the next round is going to become much more technical, where it's going to be on a neurological, biological level at a higher level, and it's going to be mathematical, and you're going to be showing the commonality of these various fields, and hopefully the second pass through will be a higher level towards actual level that the book Multiple Truth Hypothesis would be, or what Doooovid Intellectually Honest, knowing the expertise, is saying that I'm offering something new and unique, and I know that because I have exhaustively reviewed the current literature, and that factually, to know the current state of literature and how long that's going to take me, it's quite a daunting task. But that's what we're here to do. Me and Jennifer are not going for hard problem of consciousness, not low hanging fruit.
Cool. Yeah, thanks. So I think we lost Howie. I don't know. He seems to have gone into a total state of
Well, I think it's better. Like, I mean, I'm not Howie,
non-sanity.
but saying week in review is better for people like Howie to just kind of come on for 15 minutes, give their update, have a little back and forth, and then come back for the next update, and we be friends or talk, or if there's reason to stream. But that's the best way to keep week in review. And and generally, like, once we get someone on, they usually like stay till the show ends, and it makes it harder to advance week in review and get a regular recurring group. And even the people that are on week in review almost never appreciate that, like, yeah, this is great, let's schedule this for some time outside of week in review, because actually that's not what week in review is about. So like even like Gandalf like never really even got that after a year, and doesn't appear to be getting that.
Yeah, I know. It's a real I don't know what to do, because it's like, how many times does it have to be explained before it sinks in?
It doesn't. I think so. You have to.
But that's the thing. Like, these people are not capable of metacognition. They can't follow a train of logic for longer than about 2 seconds. So to build up any complex ideas is
It's
impossible.
easy. It's easy. I could teach an idiot how to do metacognition. Like, no, like we haven't taught anyone how to do it. It's been like 2 years, and not a single person we can review has learned how to do it.
Well, I've taught a lot of people how to think better. It's a gradual process, though. Not everybody wants to go the whole hog, right? Not everybody's ready to go to that extent of realization. But yeah, you can get Howie, you can engage anytime. Like you're sitting there posting in the chat, making crazy arguments when you're literally on the show. You could talk anytime, but you choose not to.
But he
So
wants confrontation because I'm saying like I mean, God forbid, my expectation of human nature is saying like, yes, like unfortunately, the people that you help generally are there want to hurt you in return because there's a nature, human ego is real, and it's not the nature of someone to say, please help me, and then thank you for helping me. It's the nature of someone to demand help and then to curse you after you give it to them. And so like, no, that's not surprising. It's expected.
I think those are largely learned
Agree with
behaviors
that,
because of
and
I think
I
our
very much
culture's really abusive, so I think it makes people a lot meaner than they would normally be if it wasn't such an abusive culture.
Well, no, it's human nature. I mean, so you're
Now, I
saying it's
don't think it
culture.
is human nature to be cruel to that extent. I think these things are learned in part. Like it's an
Well, I mean, learn,
arrogance thing. It's an arrogance. It's
yeah,
by
but arrogance is the natural condition of. I mean, it's maya. It's ignorance and passion, and it's built into the material realm. The natural condition is to be ignorant and to have passions about things that are meaningless. So he's saying, oh, that Howie is demonstrating extreme passion about something that Doovid considers meaningless is expected.
Yeah, I think that the expectation should be that there's no expectation that anyone should take your position seriously until you present it in a cogent manner. And even then, people are not,
In the
not
Talmud,
under
you're
the
saying that
obligation to agree with you.
the safe, I mean, from a cold-blooded perspective, I mean, not even like a modern default, like Talmud is saying, like, even like Adam Green is saying, like, God forbid, I'm going to go if your secret motivation is to kill me. Because that's the safest assumption of human nature. That doesn't matter what you say. You got some motive down there that really you're trying to kill me. I'm sorry. And so it's Adam Green or something like that. But like there is something within the tradition and saying like, yeah, you actually there's a safety mechanism where you should recognize the base of human nature that if you ever sleep for the second of the assumption that the other person may harbor some desire to kill you, you're not viewing the human condition naturally because conflict is of that nature. And just saying that the nature of the ego is this man insulted me and questioned my value. I want him dead, God forbid. And saying that say, okay, like that's not what's going to be conducive to a society, but to say that's the natural condition of human nature. Even God forbid. I saw they made this crazy new movie in the New York Times. They were reviewing like promising promising young woman. It's like the new big movie coming out on Christmas about this woman who drops out of medical school because her friend, God forbid, like a Me Too, gets raped, God forbid, and it's covered up, and the guy gets away with it, and she commits suicide. So she goes on like this avenge streak of going to bars and pretending to get drunk and being taken back to their places where then she tells them she's not really drunk. And this is the new movie, but it's saying like, what is the accurate depiction of human nature? So it's saying the human nature is like, of course, these guys are trying to take this drunk woman home and get an easy score, and it's like that's not even like it's not even at a level where that's even questionable. That's like, of course, that's human nature. Let alone if you're going to take the cold-blooded view that maybe the Talmud or even the Vedas or another text is saying, I don't care what you tell me. Unfortunately, I still think that in your heart you desire to kill me. And if you're not even you don't even admit that in your heart you desire to kill me, you probably have no self-awareness, because if you had self-awareness of what the human condition is, you would agree that yes, I harbor evil in my heart, and that includes the desire to destroy you and even kill. And so that level of like axioms, or you look at it, and even the COVID system, or the Second Amendment here in America, where the government, distrust of the government, and these various axiomatic systems, and then even for understanding of consciousness, and we discussed this many times in the past, that the subconscious isn't really subconscious. That's the forefront of consciousness. Animal nature of murder, steal, rape is not even subconscious. That's the forefront of animal consciousness. And any understanding of consciousness has to have those as the primal motives of human nature. And you don't have to develop a system of consciousness based on these baser, lower assessment of the human condition. But that's usually what Doovid works with, and even the Vedas and the Talmud would tend to point to that view. Like from the Vedas, you're saying you could assume that the natural driving conditions are mating, defending, the various conditions that the human animal is known to do. That humans mate and defend, and various things that are part of the human condition. There's nothing that any human could do from having the natural inclination, and that, in terms of the gunas, we're saying that the mode of passion and ignorance, that those the nature of passion and ignorance is a condition of the material realm. You can't be in the material realm and not affected by passion and ignorance. And the metaphysical level, like I said, the axiom is the Hindu axiom, at least from my conception, could be scholarly debate, is that is the basis of material realm, that passion and ignorance is actually the basis of what the material realm stands on. The material realm is actually made up of ignorance and passion. So when you look at a person, you see ignorance and passion, that accurately is representative of the material form. And so that's why I'm coming on to the multiple truth hypothesis, because you're saying, like, I know that what we see is not what really is out there. Doovid is smart enough that he knows extremely well that what we perceive to be there is not really what's there. And I want a system to explain what's really there, even though I know it doesn't match a simple understanding of what people think they see. And just to say that, to saying, like, that people aren't really interested. You're like, do you know what you see is not really real? And people like, information for its own sake is less interesting than benefit. And the majority reason why people seek other people, it really comes from passion, and generally the goodness. To seek out someone for help is already a mode of goodness, because like passion and ignorance wouldn't even recognize that there's someone out there that knows something that they don't, and that they could get that information. So that you almost have to be on a higher level of the mode of goodness to even ask someone for help and receive help.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'm just trying to slowly encourage people to get in the mind of asking questions, because the student mindset is an ongoing thing. Like, I'm still in the student mindset. I'm just a really good student, right? So you can't depart from that, because then you end up with the klaxonic garbage that's in the chat right now, where it's like accusation after accusation after accusation. And it's like you're
Well, that's why I said
projecting.
that
All you're
from
doing
a
is
Vedic or
projecting right
Talmudic
now.
point of view, you're a sign of the bad karma, because like the Vedas and the Talmud, generally, it's a curse to have to study from a woman. And but the reason in these days is because people, they're not in the mode of goodness. If a person was in the mode of goodness, they would seek the most qualified teacher. And generally, the Vedas, the Talmud, would say that the most qualified teacher is very unlikely to be a woman.
Well,
But
I would say that the fact that I'm a woman is perhaps indicative of civilizational bad karma.
well, it's a combination of
I wouldn't
passion.
disagree. I wouldn't actually disagree with your
I mean, they
assessment.
combine their passion and ignorance. We're saying that the person is ignorant because they think they can get their answer from a woman. So already they're in the mode of ignorance if they even think they could get an answer from a woman. And they're in the mode of passion because they desire to get their answer from a woman and say, oh, better. like, because I'm in the mode of passion. If I could get an answer, I might as well get it from a woman. And so
no, I
the
don't think
general
people are
needs
coming here. No,
you are
no,
demonstrated of the fallen state of society,
no.
where it's
The
like,
fact is, they would listen to me no matter what because it's that powerful of a message.
well, I mean, unfortunately, you could say the cursed, only someone who was cursed would listen to you. And you say, oh, unfortunately, the state of all of humanity is that
So
we're
you're
all
all
cursed.
cursed.
But I'm saying from anyone who's read the Vedas or understands the way society could potentially be, would know that, like, yeah, you would have to be in a cursed situation to come to Jennifer as a teacher. And then you say, okay, is it possible that I'm cursed and my situation is
No, it
that
just means civilization's karma as a whole is bad. That's what it means. It means I had to be white because they wouldn't listen to me if I wasn't white. That's bad karma. That's ignorance. That's foolishness, stupidity, primitiveness to believe that you have to be white to be heard. But I took birth as white because I knew I wouldn't be heard otherwise. But the fact that I'm a woman is just drilling it in further to say, yeah,
well, because basically the world today is in the mode of passion, and because it's the mode of passion, people can't really just hear information. So the ability to go to a male teacher and just hear and intake spiritual information is nil. So therefore, it has to be combined with passion, and say like, well, maybe I could get spirituality from a woman.
well, if that's true, that's not saying very nice things about yourself, is it?
Well, I was saying I took birth in this world. No, I'm saying like, yeah, it's not saying nice things about the sins that I did in previous uh, lifetimes
Dude,
that
but
were
it's
in
not
this
just you.
situation.
It's the civilization as a whole. I mean, we play some part in civilization, but we have to understand we're in a very degenerate time here, and no individual created that. It's a civilizational level thing. It's a sign of the times. It's not necessarily indicative of individual bad karma to have something bad happen. It's usually just a sign of the times, but your response to what happens is what's indicative of your karma. Thank you,
Yeah, but it's like the
Salomon
Talmud
Levy,
says is
for
that
saying that. Thank you, Salomon Levy, for saying that our show is inspiring. I know a lot of people got upset today. Hopefully, in a few days, you'll be like, okay, yeah, Jen did have a good intention towards me, and maybe Doovid did too. Hopefully.
I mean, I said like in the Talmud where the Roman daughter, can't help but to tell the rabbi how ugly he is, and the rabbi. I've said the story, but the idea that the rabbi says is that ugly people are more wise, and there's a connection between ugliness and wisdom, and that's to the extent in a mode of goodness, a person would sit at the feet of ugly people because they want wisdom. And the fact they say like, no, we're in the mode of passion. Like, I'm not going to get my wisdom from an ugly person, and that's similar to say like a man. As man is not supposed to be pretty. Like Luke 4 was asking me about the beard, and the Judeo reason is saying like you have to have an exception for a beard, and like men should have beard because men aren't supposed to look like women. Men aren't supposed to be good looking. And when you're looking for wisdom, you don't look to get wisdom from someone because they're good looking. But in today's material mode is that people have zero concern for wisdom, and only the remote hope of some sort of passion could even trick them into absorbing a tiny amount of wisdom. So in this fallen state, like, yeah, Jennifer could be from the great teachers, because historically, people realized that they were going to get their wisdom from traditional vessels, which were like weird men with big beards and obscure habits or whatever that the beacons or the acharyas are. Not even to say it in that way, that karma is factual. In the there's a factual state of my karma. There's a factual state of the current state of world karma. And you could have someone with really good karma. And you say, okay, Jennifer maybe has good karma, but she doesn't have good enough karma that like, she could just get whatever she wants. Saying like she can't just pick up the call of CNN.
Unless
like,
I
oh,
already have everything I want. Is it so
well,
hard to believe that this is what I actually want to be doing? Like somebody was actually imangele, which
that
means
wasn't
they
the
were
point
like
of it.
yelling at me.
I mean,
Someone was yelling at me in JF's chat for spending too much time in JF's chat and not enough time writing a book. It's like it's an oral tradition. This is what I
your tasks are already in your control. And like good karma is related, as I said, to high birth, and it's a good karma related to money. So it's saying like I mean, good karma means saying the money is already in my possession, or the benefits like good karma, like I took birth as the king's son, so all of the resources of the kingdom are at my disposal. So in terms of saying that Jennifer expressed that in the terminology can do what she wants, but meaning to say that good karma is in a way to be understood as having resources at your disposal, and not having resources at your disposal, karma or spiritual understanding that doesn't have anything to do with resources. But on the most simple basis, good karma is having the resources that you need, and bad karma is not having the resources that you need.
But I mean, karma's cause and effect, so that would be a proxy for karma. But yeah, there's definitely a connection. So
Yeah,
I
so
have no idea what hoodoo voodoo. I don't know what you're talking about. It would be nice if people could make an effort to structure their arguments logically and not have these knee-jerk reactions to just say things because your feelings got hurt, because you got cognitive dissonance because someone said something you weren't ready to hear.
we weren't upfront about your intentions. Even so, like, what was your intentions
I
of
was very
entering?
upfront. I have always been
I
upfront.
mean, how would you? What was your intention of entering this interaction? And
Oh, you're
so
talking
we can
Howie
review.
now.
Or anybody in general, that if the intentions of the interaction were clear, like me and Jennifer, we argue, like that's what we do. It's a show. Like we argue about science and ideas. But me and Jennifer, in over 2 years, have not had a single dispute. We had disagreements about whether we think it's the best course of action to do something or not. Like like how good of a person Claire is, or whether Luke's course is going the right or wrong direction. We have plenty of disagreements. We don't have a single. We don't go more than a few minutes without disagreeing on multiple topics. But we have never had a dispute in 2 years, because I think our what we expect out of what we're doing is pretty upfront, and therefore there hasn't needed to be dispute. Me and Jennifer are both trying to advance our theories and ideas, and need a relationship, a partnership of people to bounce ideas with, study things, and form a community. And we've been pretty transparent and upfront about it. That for 2 years now, we have not even had what I even call it, like, certainly a serious dispute, or even really a minor dispute. And you're saying, like, even like Howie, if you thought about that, what were your intentions of coming on Week in Review, and are they transparent and upfront in a way that you had realistic intentions, and your expectations, and your expectations were in fact met? And saying you're upset because you didn't have realistic expectations, or you didn't tell us what your expectations were, and there's no reason that we should have even known what your expectations were to even know whether they're reasonable or not, or that you could have expected in achieving that from coming on Week in Review.
Yeah, I think it would have been nice if Howie would have made a bigger effort to actually hear the argument out rather than indulging and reacting to an emotional response. Because it's like, yeah, Doovid and I axiomatically don't agree on the appropriateness of an emotional response. In his view, it's like, you show emotion, you lose. Whereas for me, it's a little more nuanced. But I respect that he feels differently for me, because guess what? I'm not so insecure about my views that I need everybody to agree with my particular aesthetic preferences. But that's a far cry from being able to legitimately make a judgment. And that's the whole point of the teachings here, is to get people to realign their philosophy so they have a better idea of how sure are you about what you're saying. It's not about percentages. It's about certainty. It's about, well, is this a reasonable axiom or not? How sure am I? You got to get in touch with your feelings about axioms. You can't be chasing your feelings down cognitive dissonance road and want to say horrible things about people because you're unhappy and you have crunched up nervous system, which leads to an overly saturated conscious experience, which makes you want to type crap. You're just increasing your own bad karma to say filth. So just maybe take a step back and just try to get even one piece of semi-objective, because there's no such thing as truly objective. It's only increasingly taking a step back and getting a larger purview and better focus because you're a little bit farther away from what's happening. You're not denying what's happening. You're just getting a more clear, more pan psychic perspective on things. And so I think Doovid is maybe bancing people as a test. And the fact is, it's actually a really good way to, like, scientifically speaking, it works quickly. Like, if you just drill right down on what you perceive to be a person's weakest spot for creating cognitive dissonance, you'll get it. I mean, what we got today is literal proof of how well Doovid has honed or evolved his habits to elicit this response for whatever reasons that he has. Okay?
Well, and it's going to come down to training people for expertise and saying that Doovid's reason is because this is one of the best methods for training people in expertise. And I read the papers on mental labor, and people get better through active practice and mental labor by exerting themselves past where they're comfortable and where it acquires an active push of effort. In this case, it's mental. So if you're coming on Week in Review, the assumption is you're coming here for Doovid to help you create mental labor in order to develop expertise. And that's what I want to create the environment of the show. I'm not really trying to create an environment for people to make friends. I'm not against people having friends or making friends, but that's not what Week in Review is about.
Yeah. And it's about meta-analysis, and it's like, well, how do you even explain what meta-analysis is? Maybe I could talk a little bit about what it was like to be in physics. Because I feel like
you want to ramble? I thought maybe we'd call it a week, but if you want to keep on going.
I thought we could talk about feminism for a bit to round it out, but if you want to call it a day, we can just maybe continue it next week, because time's an illusion, man. Just kidding. But I really appreciate everybody for coming out, even though maybe some stuff was unpleasant tonight. Try to see beyond it. Why would I say that stuff? Assuming I'm coming from a good place, why would I say what I said? Try to see.
Well, unpleasant because we're advancing ideas. And so, I'm not upset how we came on, but saying, like, I mean, he knows what Week in Review is about, and like, okay, if he's got a friendship with you or me, or whatever, he's got his ideas or anything. You're not saying like he come here like, oh, he has to beg Doovid for help. Like, no, it doesn't. But he knows what Week in Review is about, and if he wants to add what we're doing, like, he knows the ideas what we're talking about. And if he wants to add his own explanations, he knows the rigor we're going to require to honestly look at his ideas, and he's going to have to go about it in an axiomatic way within Week in Review. So if that's fine. Like, if he wants to continue Week in Review, and just as friendly, coming in every once in a while and just saying how he's doing. But if he wants to advance his ideas, it's going to have to be according to rigor in a certain place in the marketplace of ideas. There's not really that much room for being polite. You could be polite, but like if you have to be polite, you're not in the marketplace of ideas. You're saying, like, I'll be polite to you because, like, you're not yet in the marketplace of ideas because you think I need to be polite to you, and just to not discourage you from giving up completely, I'll be nice to you. But you're saying, like, no, I'm saying, like, that's what you come here for. You come here for Doovid to strike down your ideas. That's how we grow. And the certain, like, reciprocation where like, oh God, well, I want to come and strike down your ideas, or I just want to talk about whatever I want to talk about, where you have to have the value proposition, you have to have these things thought out, you have to have reasonable expectations, and you have to have a way of being transparent about what you're getting into associations for, what you're trying to get out of it, in the terms of like a business skill, where it's like where I say, oh, it's easy. It's like, I know that kind of language because every computer guy that tries to get an extra $100 out of me for helping me fix my computer uses words like that. And presumably I'm chunking it in the way that when I see that, I'm taking it in a way that makes me trust in a certain way, not necessarily like distrust because people are bad, but it's the nature of the computer profession and how you go about making money and selling yourself. But that's not what Week in Review is about. So I don't know, I didn't have too many comments on feminism, the nature like women in physics or even kind of like white knighting. So if you have the level of the center, like chess or something, or physics, where you have an actual internal layer of men who really know what they're doing, and then they may have determined that it's going to be better for the subject or field to include more women, even though factually the current level of expertise among women is low. So if you look at like chess or something like that, okay, there's female chess players that are much better than Doovid, but on a statistical level, we know that like chess is mostly a male game, and the better players are mostly male, and people have determined that chess would be better off in general for all chess players if there was more women involved. Although it could be pushback where there's some who say like, no, women are never going to be good at it, and you got to stop the bullshit, and that chess will be good when we just get rid of women altogether. And look at physics the same way. Like women, you're not gonna, if you want advancements in physics, just get rid of all the women. You're not gonna have any advancements in physics if there's women there. And all this effort to like recruit women to physics and advance women in physics is actually counterproductive, because there's a nature of physics like theology where advancement comes easier when there's no women, female energy there. But that's not the consensus. The consensus is usually generally you have to recruit more women, even though the expertise center is mostly male. So you have at the center of the men who really know what they're doing, kind of like white knighting to trying to help out women. And then you have at the level of the non-expertise men who you have, I guess, an element of sexism without the expertise, where they're saying, like these women aren't as good as men at the subject, even though there's women better than them at the subject, and that the men at the center of expertise trying to white knight for these women is somehow subversive and bad. So that would be my assessment of the current situation. And I, like I mentioned, in Israel or certain, I would not reject that there could be pushback, and the pushback would be a return to the separation of the sexes, and like physics as a purely subject for the male mind. Although that's unlikely. I think the likelihood is that for the foreseeable future, there'll be a force to try to recruit more women. And the presumption now among the experts is that women will develop expertise in these subjects, possibly even better than men, but certainly like within the realm of near proximity to men. And because that's the working assumption, if you're from what is now the majority of men that have expertise, you have this knowledge, kind of like diversity, and like what Richard Spencer, is like it's accomplishment to have less white people, like the first non-white person doing this, the first non-white person doing that, where that will also become like science in terms of women, that it's like what I need to do as an expert is replace myself with a woman, because that's what's best for the subject and everybody involved in general.
You
I'm not
looking
sure if
for a shill, Doovid? Hey guys, God forbid, I want to talk about the multiple truth hypothesis. Just teasing. I totally get it though. I mean, why do you think I reincarnated this way? It's like, I thought of that a while ago.
well, you'd be the Flynn effect. I mean, saying that
The
that
Flynn
you,
effect.
I mean, from the sexist level, is saying that like no, I mean Jennifer understands physics more than most people, but she does not have expertise in the subject matter, nor will she ever, because it's a limitation of being a female that limits her ability to have expertise at a certain level. But because of the current fallen status, that Jennifer understands these things without expertise at a level where the common person is so distant from expertise that they can't tell the difference between Jennifer and real expertise.
Yeah, that's a funny thing I tell my followers. I'm like, you think average people are going to be able to tell the difference between you and me? And they're like, well, of course. And I'm like, no, that's your own projection. I'm like, this is going to be the thing that is the bottleneck, basically. Projection. Yeah.
Well, it's like the chess rating system, because in theory, like the rating system, you should win almost every game if you're 400 points higher rated. And so a beginner, you could be really just an intermediate player. You could even be a beginner yourself and be the absolute beginner every single game, let alone an intermediate to level, what's an expert. And if you're talking like something like medical advice or engineering skill, and you're saying, okay, Jennifer, she's smart, she knows more than I do. Or you're talking expertise level, like do you trust her that she's going to make a device and it works and you're going to pay for it? Or for an education where you're saying, I believe there's answers to these questions and these are experts who are going to provide it. And like I read in the chess article, the question of like systemic inequality, sexism versus talent level. He's saying that there are no women experts, nor will there ever be. And anybody who's seeking help from Jennifer is doing it because they don't value expertise. And saying not that she can't be helpful or beneficial, but like she doesn't have expertise, and you'd have to be at such a low level of understanding to even consider going to. But I mean, this is the classical rabbinic, Brahmanic, Vedic, even scientific understanding, like the Royal Institute of Science and Freemasonry, and we're just women couldn't be members. Like you're a woman, you can't be a Freemason, and that's historical. Like a scientist, you can't be a scientist without being a Freemason, and that was closed to women. You can't be a member of the Royal Society, and there might be corruption, and as the Royal Society gets ran down in value, eventually it's all women, and it's controlled by women, and even the historical predictions about the decay of society mention those statements that as the empire declines and society collapses, it will become ran by women. But if you're looking at the current level of scientific understanding, you say no, it's the opposite. There was historical sexism for whatever reasons, and now by creating equality among women, it's benefiting society so much so that the experts have generally agreed that it's worthy within the circles of experts to divert special attention towards trying to bring women into this circle of experts.
Yeah, this really segues like really well into what I mentioned to you before we went live. And it's like, I went through this, I went through for women in this program. I don't want to say they caused trouble, but they certainly caused distraction for some of the men. And I frankly never got the impression that they were particularly interested in the method of physics. And I can remember very clearly, and I wanted to share this on the screen because and I won't say his name because I don't want to give him any bother or anything, but we went to school together, and I have a distinct memory of him as well as several other people sitting around for like 6 to 8 hours into a sort of context or contrast, if you will. I can recall us as maybe 6 or 7 of us sitting at that table. We just talked about philosophy. And that was probably why this was like university was best time ever. I'm such an optimist, right? But also I got the opportunity to actually have that conversation where it's like, what are your axioms? I didn't put it in those words back then because it just wasn't the right time, right? But to start to go to that and to have people be interested in doing that, it's awesome. And I got to say, I was always the only girl there.
Well,
right?
I would say
And there
I
were these
functioned in
two women,
Jerusalem.
and I just want to finish real quick. There were these 2 women, and I remember them. Actually, there's a third one who I realized I didn't like her, so I forgot she existed. But I just recalled again there were 3 women, and all 3 of them displayed behavior that I felt was against the spirit of the scholastic enterprise.
Yeah, but you're probably worse than those women. Meaning, because like
Worse
you're
in
saying,
what
like,
sense? In the sense that I have better deductive logic, better theories, better axioms, better command of debate. Which way?
well, I
Worse
mean,
in which way?
you're like the deceptive evolution. I mean, because those women are less deceptive. I mean, saying from the pure perspective, the field would be better without you. And because you're deceptive, the other women are less deceptive, and the men in the field recognize that, like, those women don't really belong there, but they're not really a danger. You're deceptive enough because you could almost understand it as well as the men. You could even understand it better than multiple men. However, you yourself don't recognize that you're a detriment to the field. And maybe like if you're in Jerusalem or New York, I lived in ultra Orthodox circles where there just weren't any women. It wasn't a scenario where like there was even going to be one woman who fed in. It was zero, never. And it was a theological system where it was just known that
Yeah, of course.
women, and
Right.
for someone who's lived years in that field, it's like yes, like in rabbinic school, and different fields where there were just never going to be any women. You were never going to enter the house of study and find a woman there. Well, it's not like, oh, this woman's different. It's like the house of study there is destructive to these male intellectual endeavors, even if there is a woman who intellectually could understand these endeavors. But that's a theological understanding that physics comes from theology. And the historic physics was a
Who
subfield of theology.
acknowledges that? Who acknowledges?
Wouldn't acknowledge it. And we talked about Hypatia. She's a negative element on the institute, being a woman there, and it's actually counterproductive to the field.
Is it good to be negative on a
And I was saying that
heap? Is it good to be a negative influence on a shit heap of garbage? Is it good to have a negative effect on a pile of shit, or is that
because it's the university system. So once physics became detached from theology, there was no reason to exclude women anymore. But at the same time, once physics became detached from theology,
it has Rishi Shekas? There's female spirit
reached leadership through circumstance.
Statistically speaking, it's a distraction. It's a distraction on the statistical majority.
Women don't belong there, and a righteous woman would recognize that she doesn't belong there, and it's detrimental for her to be there. But in a circumstance, you say that where no one's stepping up and someone has to do it, and it has to be a woman, the woman might be her dharma. So
to what extent females are controlling the system? I think female values are being espoused by the system.
I mean, saying women only need to be, once you think that you could gain wisdom.
I don't think it works like that at all.
Unfortunately, but I'm saying that's the proper Vedic, and you could give an alternative understanding, but I'm saying passion is intrinsically linked to the female, and also ignorance is intrinsically, like, this is straight Vedas, like it's
okay. Explain the Mohini story. Explain when Vishnu took birth as a woman to slay a demon. Explain that using your current.
I don't know explain every story, because obviously there's complications.
But it is consistent with the Vedic literature. So if you're citing Veda, you should be able to explain why this is consistent with your theory, which of course it's not.
Because there's dharma and exception. There's when things are in dharmatic alliance and going according to the way of dharmatic principles, and there's when things are out of whack and outside of dharmatic principles, and extraordinary measures are needed to bring them back into dharmatic principles. So when things are good, learning from a woman is a sign of pain. There is no wisdom you could gain from a woman, and only if you're in a state of wisdom, of ignorance, would you even look for wisdom from a woman. And generally, the reason you have to be ignorant to even look for wisdom from a woman, and then generally people look for wisdom from a woman because they're in the mode of passion, that their desire isn't actually wisdom, their desire is passion, and they're not looking for wisdom, they're looking for passion, and that's why the source of it is a woman. And saying the Vedas even describe these things even describe this in the terminology that I'm talking about.
Well, then go ahead and do it. Explain the Mohini story while invoking this axiom.
Well, I'm not an expert in the story. I'm saying that's an exception. There's cases where dharma requires exceptions.
Right. The question is, what invokes the exception? And the answer is, well, society is just degenerate. Plus, it's my personal
collapse
choice,
of
right?
dharma.
Yeah, exactly.
mean, say as a woman, you're not doing anything wrong by fulfilling your dharma. So if a woman sees a crime and there's no men who are taking care of the crime, you're saying the woman does a manly function
Yeah.
to just that's not against in saying the woman. There's plenty of states in the Vedas, but usually those women recognize the state of that, and it's recognized. It's only because there's a failure of male leadership that's even necessary. And almost all those Veda stories have that clearly in them, that the failure of male leadership that necessitated a woman to rise to power
Yep.
to fix it, and the natural state of a woman being chaste. It's like Hillary Clinton and in the Facebook Sheryl Sandberg, her name is, saying that people don't like aggressive women. It's not the the Vedic quality of a woman is chaste. Necessitated you doing that. Well, however, a person could assume that no, you're probably not that chaste. I'm sorry.
It's so true though, because like every time one of my guy friends is like, "Well, you got to go out and take credit for this." I'm like, "Well, wouldn't you rather do it?" And they're like, "Well, no, that would be dishonorable." I'm like, "No, you would be honoring me to do it." But they're still stuck in the small. They're stuck in that egotistical dissonance. They can't see that it's not offending me to take credit for certain attributes of the things that I'm teaching, because it is indeed more proper for a man to be presenting those ideas for the simple reason of, why would I want to confuse the laity? Like, there's what, 9 people watching this right now. It's not the laity. It's a subset of people who've sought this particular stream out. So it's like, yeah, sure, I'll lay it on you. But by and large, absolutely, I'd rather have a man speak the words, because it's just so much more salient. Like, I've seen it in action. It's like, yeah, absolutely.
Well, it's a state of dharma, in saying that a man and woman have different dharma. There's similar dharmas that are universal to men and women, but then there's different dharma for men and women. And occasionally there could be, like if there's not a woman and a man needs to rear the children, or dharma is dharma, and occasionally there has to be reverse roles played in order to stabilize dharma. But the current state of dharma is expertise is generally at a low level, and because the males who are supposed to have expertise actually have a lower level of expertise, they think like, oh, any woman, like I'm an expert, and like any woman could obtain this level, because it's like, Howie, it's easy assessment of how well you could do it. And these things are inflated, where people who are better than almost everybody else, but on expertise level, it's actually minimum. So it's like, yes, like we need more women in the academy. We need more women chess grandmasters. We know women this and that. The problem isn't that there's not enough women. The problem is that our experts are not even experts. And to solve the problem by having women who could match the men who are not experts at the task that they're supposed to be filling is counterproductive, as opposed to retraining a class of experts that could actually bring society factual that would have to be determined. Like, is physics something that in a proper dharmatic society would be all male?
Statistically speaking, it's predominantly men, but disallowing women on meritocracy.
So it's like, okay, in Jerusalem or New York, there's no women trying to bust their way into the house of study. Like the dharmatic elements of set up so much that there's just separation of the sexes, and you're not going to have some like woman trying to enroll in the seminary, because there's just 0 women there, and there's not going to be a scenario like maybe like in the movies with Barbara Streisand, but it's just not going to be a scenario where that applies. And in the
there
history,
might be an exception, but it would be like a very rare exception, right?
but it would be in the
Like,
academy.
I actually want to learn, and let me in, please, and maybe they'll let her in, but statistically, yeah, men are more interested.
Or whatever. Even then, they weren't really part of the academy, and women were excluded membership. And you're saying, yeah, like the Royal Society would have went to hell if women were given membership. And there were a few women that made outstanding contributions to the field, and they maybe were friends with a lot of people in the Royal Society. Maybe they had their own wealth and ability to network and make these connections outside of the Royal Society. But those women understood that it would have lessened the status of the Royal Society to grant them membership, even if they met all the standards of membership, that it would have been bad for the sciences. We told like Ada Lovelace, like said Babbage and Ada Lovelace. Maybe Ada Lovelace was a better mathematician than Babbage, but it does not mean that she should have been granted membership to the Royal Society of France. She was royal, and she had a lot of money, and she supported these actions, and she probably did do the math for Babbage, and to a certain extent deserves the credit for that. However, that doesn't mean that the Royal Society of France would have been in a better place if she is a member, or that any of the other people that were advancing ideas would have benefited from including women in the inner circle. So that's a question that your average person is saying that no, it benefits science and intellectual curiosity and rigor to include women.
I just find it's really cringe that some male interviewers will take it so much easier on women than men. It's really insulting to everybody. And you get that impression. It's
it has to be that way because you're saying
are you
telling you that we need
aroused?
more women. I mean, it's not like you don't have to call it affirmative action, but to some extent, that's what it is, because the male experts have said the thing we need to do the most to make the field better is recruit more women. And the problem is currently almost all the experts are male. So on a certain level, all fields are like that, where the experts are white knighting for women because they believe that the only way to benefit their field is to bring more women into it. And when it was religious, it was just sacrilegious. So when physics was part of theology, you had the historical element of theology that had a godly component to this. Just God designed this for men, not women. So once the God part got taken out of it, like I said, like there was never once a case of the woman in the house of study. All the time I was in Jerusalem and New York, never once did I find a woman that snuck her way into the house of studies, because it was religious, it was sacrilegious. There was just no way for a woman to do it. But like, yeah, in a physics department that doesn't have some sacred element where women just don't belong there because God said so, there's women in all of these departments, and it's changed things to a level where what historically was the norm for intellectual rigor or advancing truth has changed, and it may not be there may not be a fix to it. And at this level, so it's a question we got to keep on pushing for.
It's a chunker. We got to pass them through a sieve of legitimacy, which involves putting them on basically the stand and asking them a bunch of questions to prove that they know what they claim to know. A meritocracy.
If you're looking at like, because the men are not fulfilling our dharma, that Jennifer has to stand up and negate her own dharma of a woman to fulfill the task of a man.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that.
And it's saying you don't want to look in the mirror. You don't want to look in the mirror and say it that way.
I'm saying I had to be white. I'm saying I had to be white. Otherwise, people wouldn't listen to me. That's what I'm saying. I had to be European.
Well, this dharma also you had to be woman. Other people.
Well, I had to be a woman, possibly due to physical constraints. The grip strength of Indian men is pretty much the same as European women, isn't it? It might have just been I might not had enough whatever juice to reincarnate as a European man. I didn't try though. I didn't really care. I just knew I had to be European because of the racism thing.
Well, it was totally the Prabhupada perspective that it was actually punishment of like dying on
disability. Yeah, you could say that's a narrative. It's like, okay, a punishment. Okay, well, you want to prove to me that this life is a punishment. Well, you're basically Doooovid. You're saying that you're a punishment. It's like, no, I think you're actually kind of a present. It's like, yeah, I never thought I'd meet someone like Doooovid, and now that I have, it's like awesome. But
transmigration of souls to be a man transmigrated to a woman is bad karma in a form of punishment. They're not accepting that as a karmatic principle, that like if Diana that he had to have done something wrong for that to occur, that under a natural
it's the Europeans. It's the Europeans aren't Indians anymore because of how much meat they ate. So they have all this extra, juice in their body that I can't fit into their.
And in a previous generation, and it got.
Do we have
a form of punishment? It's considered a lower form of birth, and that'd be punishment. I mean, that even to the Vedic system, that's lower form of birth.
Well, you could say that, because they're not endowed with this natural propensity towards learning, that their karma is worse, translate to saying that if you have bad karma as a man, you come back as a woman. I'm just not convinced that that is actually a traditional interpretation.
I think so. I think even your stories with your Shiva or something like that, understand transmigration of soul, and just bringing it up for topic because it's like Reform Judaism versus Orthodoxy, saying was misogyny bad or dispensational, and now we're going to get better results by egalitarianism, or is the restoration of Dharma like Claire and the restoration of the patriarchy? In saying that when we're going to God forbid, got to not kick the women out of the physics department, but if men were just doing our duty, we wouldn't need there naturally wouldn't be women in the physics department because
you'd have enough discernment to admit people on the basis of meritocracy, and the woman question would sort itself out because here's the options. Okay, you get this hypothetical woman that cares and won't be admitted to the school. She can get those teachings through somebody that she can manage to convince at the school to get them, and then if she has something to contribute, she can permeate her teachings through the school without even ever attending there if she's that good, right?
Yeah, I mean, people like Marie Curie or Ada Lovelace that advanced the sciences without entering the academy. That you say if your dharma was to advance the sciences, that you don't have to bust your way into the all-male academy to do that. And even as a woman who knows her dharma is to advance the sciences, might be a better woman if she stayed away from.
Well, a lot of the times I gotta say, there was a lot of relief when I said the things that weren't on everybody else's mind and that they didn't have the courage to say. So they wouldn't acknowledge it necessarily, but on some level they're like, okay, Jen's here. I know she's at least going to keep a modicum of sanity. I know this is not the standard way women interact with people. And this is the issue with women is that they expect to be given all this attention, right? And then it's like, that's not really how it works. You get attention based on what your karma is, which has to do with how much work you've done. It's nothing to do with achieving a vagina, right? So this is hard because women are conditioned to believe that they deserve more attention.
Less level of suffering where these women think that they were mistreated in the academy when they don't realize necessarily the average amount of suffering that a male goes through.
Yeah, they're not realizing that they
I
just
listen to these complaints about like women chess players, and I think like, well, it didn't sound that bad.
Yeah, it's like you didn't roll out the red carpet for me. I'm triggered. It's like, no, you got to fight your way in regardless. And you don't want them rolling out the red carpet for you because that means they're simping for you. And then how the hell are you going to get a straight answer out of them? If everything is just, oh my God, you're a girl, I just want to simp for you, then how the hell do you know where you stand with people?
If you're going to say there's a certain element of chivalry that can't be articulated when women are there, like violence and the type of energy in dispute resolution is different when there's no women there.
Exactly, because you have this simp energy. So even if every guy isn't a simp, the simp energy affects the energy in the room. So there's this overall current towards pandering to the woman, and it's like it would be better for everybody, including the women, if this wasn't happening. But you're letting your dick ruin the course of the conversation. You're making the people who want to keep us on track look like fucking assholes. So it's this. Really, it's an egocentrism thing where it's like, oh my God, I'm going to come in and like just talk about myself so much. It's like, I don't know. But as we can see, men do this too, right? It's like how he just wants to tell us about how to build a computer. It's like, did we ask? No, you should be coming on the show and fucking asking us because we're fucking brilliant. Duh! Do you have any idea how dumb you all look to defy that fact? Rant over.
Yeah, and it's saying, it's a question of what is Dharma and the restoration of Dharma. And even like why the Starbucks example I gave and why COVID-19 is probably going to keep on getting worse here is because people don't really understand is that it pays to cheat. And Doooovid waited in line for 10 minutes. So what is Dharma and what does it mean to restore Dharma? And then if you're in a situation like, saying like Luke Ford or something, like, how's a non-Jew going to restore Dharma to Judaism? Or how's a woman gonna restore Dharma to a historically all male institute. Saying, well, God works in mysterious ways, and sometimes maybe it's the task of a woman to restore Dharma to all male institute, or it's a task of a non-Jew to restore Dharma to Judaism. That God works in ways that are beyond the comprehension of humans, and it's supposed to be that way because these calculations are too complicated. And so, with Jennifer's situation of what's her Dharma, and versus the calculation, what's the Dharma of the academy? Are difficult questions, and then even me or Jennifer saying, are we going to work within the system or against the system? And it's a state of Dharma. Like, does Jennifer really want to rise within a system where she doesn't belong to restore Dharma, when restoring Dharma means self-exclusion? And it could be that yes, that what Jennifer's role is to rise to the top of the academy and restore Dharma into being a proper all male institute where she's no longer needed, and then could go back to her Dharma as a woman. Or it could be dispensational, where you say times have changed, and the dispensation of the previous era, where the proper Dharma was for it to be an all male institute, has changed, and now the proper Dharma is some sort of egalitarianism. And
I think you have to look at it as an overall negotiation of the ahimsa principle, where it's like there are some people for which women in the group of learners or students or acharyas, or however you want to put it, is actually going to decrease their likelihood of learning anything. So it's like a probabilities thing. Is like, is the overall benefit, is the risk outweighed by the benefit?
Yeah, or if the academy has become so corrupted that there's no value to it, where really nobody's learning anything anyways, then you see what's the current state of Dharma, and saying desperate situations call for desperate measures. And the sages predicted that these are one of the signs of women in leadership in ancient times. It was predicted as one of the signs of chaos.
That's interesting. Do you know who it was that said that?
Well, there's biblical and Talmudic verses. I'm pretty sure it's in the Vedas. I mentioned to a comment that the Talmud mentions the curse of learning from women, and then conceptually that there would be times where wisdom would decrease, that it would become like a national curse where everyone's learning from women.
Yeah,
But,
the quote
the
that it
concept
reminds
when
me
everyone's
of.
learning from wisdom is basically the time when no one knows anything, because you can't learn from women.
Yeah, the quote it reminds me of is from the Gita, where Krishna says that women being corrupted is the first step towards the overall degeneration of Dharma. Do you remember that? There's like a series of verses that sort of go through, like, first the women are corrupted, and
Yeah, I
then this
don't know
is
I'm good
corrupted,
enough
and then
to
this is corrupted.
even the Talmudic ones to quote them verbatim from memory, but I'm pretty sure that there's multiple verses. In fact, almost all traditions, because factually, that almost all societies historically were gender segregated.
Role, you have to be around other people who are in a priestly role, and people in a different role are going to like diminish the potency of that, because they're going to be bringing these different energies into the domain of priestcraft. So it's more so a vocation distinction, but also, yeah, it's very often you'll have gender segregation in order to facilitate that task, because as we've gone over all these problems that we've on a statistical basis, and not let anecdotes cloud our judgment. And I am very much an anecdote, right? I mean, how many Jen Sharps do you meet in one lifetime? Howie still hasn't let go of the whole. Is building a computer hard or easy? And if it's easy, how come everyone is copying? Riddle me that. Did you have any parting words of wisdom? I standard.
You deal with that in this situation. You're saying, like, okay, like Doooovid is not in this situation where Jennifer is insisting that I and hopefully restore Dharma according to accomplish, and obviously that's my karma, why I took birth in the body I took birth in, and Jennifer has her own karma, and then what brings us together to work in advanced fields, and the power of the internet in various subjects. So hopefully we're going to be able to continue advancing expertise and create something where Howie comes on Week in Review and has positive experiences,
Yes.
and all people, but I think we're gonna have to stress the Dharma, where people have an appreciation for self-awareness, and what am I bringing into this, what are other people bringing into us, what does transparency mean, what does it mean to be open about intentions and expectations, and then within that, to what does cooperation mean, what does it mean for two different people to work together and produce something greater than themselves, or even if that's not the case, that what is the benefit of collaborative effort, of conversations like these, of joining societies, of recognizing that we have ideas that are bigger than ourselves and need to recruit a group of people together. And so I feel it's slowly falling into place, in different forms and otherwise. And so thanks again, Jennifer, keeping Week in Review. I really appreciate your slides on the hard problem of consciousness, and that you've incorporated some of this chunking theory. And I'm going to be continue probably this chunking theory, maybe a whole current best science on expertise is a derivative of this chunking theory, and there's really a lot more to it. Like to some aspect, I'm really just touching the surface, and there's actually has been able to somewhat develop her own model of chunking, but there are already a good 10 models on the market, and a lot of these are well developed by people with PhDs or cooperative efforts. So I'm going to be going into more work on that, and hopefully Jennifer will help also, and then we'll try to see what does it look like if we put these chunking theories, or even Jennifer's chunking theory, in a mathematical equation form, and then can we abstract that to general levels of expertise on a level of making predictive patterns and all sorts of things, but on a practical level where people are coming on to Week in Review and having conversations. And maybe Howie will have this stream one time where we'll discuss how do you build a computer, and that would be somewhat of a worthwhile some assessment level, like what is Howie's assessment, how well does he know of easy computer, what does it to creating a process, to like how we specifically of developing expertise. So that's what I'm looking forward in 2021, that hopefully Doovid and Jennifer will be helping advance these of our theories, that what will be the countless people that we have helped achieve expertise.
Wow. Well, I guess you're not shy to dream big and disrupting people's schedules. Thank you so much for coming on, Doovid. If you want to hop off, I'll just be wrapping up the show.
Okay. Yeah, great. So be in touch, and thanks everybody. Have a great week.
Awesome. You too. Yeah, so just about time. We usually start at 8, but sometimes Doovid's available earlier, so maybe 7. So just check the channel if you're not sure and you don't want to miss the first hour. I thought this was a really great show, honestly. I see, the thing with me is that I don't care to know exactly when the sticking point is going to happen. I just know that if I, put this as a theory, being somebody is triggered into cognitive dissonance to have to point it out, but it's like, well, I will, because it is good to be sort of self-aware that the things that we're saying are sometimes not conducive to the overall progression of ideas. Which is fine if that's what you're expecting, but if you're coming in claiming you want to further ideas, but actually you just want to participate in egotistical onanism, well, that's not super respectful. So, yeah, thanks everybody for tuning in. We'll see you next Sunday, if not sooner.
That's just so to say, a worthless opinion of.
It's so important. Wrong.
Why don't you learn to shut up and fuck your goddamn logic?
They control the media, and the media is capable of making the people believe in anything.
Yeah, I don't mind. I mean, you know, we've had these streams, and you know, I've been doing with Church of Entropy, and you know, she's been bringing on new people, and like we did those streams on like stream etiquette. We walked through like the technology.
I have like very strongly negative opinions of the kind of Brundle clique.
Is she trying to garner herself cult prestige by associating herself with a retard?